Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. I know I didn't give y'all too much of a warning that this was coming, so it's probably going to be a slow trickle in if anybody comes in anyway. But I felt the need, yes, felt the need to cover this. Shout out to Only Logical for posting this. For those of you that haven't checked it, click the link in the description box. Also, side note, I have a new short that I put up. So y'all check out my shorts, not literal shorts, but my shorts. There's a new video up. I have some new shorts that I'm going to be posting. Shout out to the replay gang. Posting over the next week or so, maybe 2 weeks. That I find very interesting, and I think y'all will like it. Some of these shorts that I might actually do some lives on those shorts that I want to post. Okay, Mimos Dulcio, right? Haitian woman. Shout out to Only Logical, down here in South Florida, deleted by a Latino man that she married for all of something like 18 months, I think it was. Pretty sad, tragic. Man was 36 years old, give or take. They were sharing a car. Apparently they had just purchased a home in 2019. And this is, once again, marrying non-black men as a come up, no pun intended, as a come up, and then, y'all get into back and forths about money or about whatever, and they delete you, and then do whatever with your body. Why this matters, once again, for those of you that don't know, Mr. Z is Haitian descent, and I am covering this because, once again, Mr. Z is Haitian descent, and so was, rest in peace, Miss Mimos, right? In the Haitian community, we do have a number of Haitians, some recent immigrants, some who were born and raised here in the U.S., who have this complex. They have a color complex. They do see non-black as better in general. Obviously, the golden ticket is the purely white man. Once again, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. They will definitely go for a small hat, absolutely. But the gold ticket, once again, is the white man. But you better believe a Latino is good enough, especially a non-black Latino. You better believe it. And oftentimes, these, particularly for the women, they are encouraged by their mothers, by their aunts, by their girl cousins, right? They are encouraged to date out, to explore, to not limit themselves to black men, right? The Haitian community, much like the ADOS community, has this idea that, once again, the women are so put upon that the best thing that they can do is date and marry out, right? Now, in the Haitian community, they don't really promote same-sex loving relationships. It is still very, very, very much frowned upon, very, very much not accepted. So a black woman who feels as if she's having a hard time with black men, the best thing she can do is date and marry out. Marry out. It's not even so much for the date. Marry out and have mixed children. Marry out and have those mixed babies. Right? This is tragic. And as I've said, and as Chrissy pretty much alluded to, you're going to see more of this. Yes, the Swirl Queen herself admits that as more and more black women date and marry out, you will hear of divorces from these non-black men. You will hear, of course you are. And shout out to Chrissy for being honest about it. What do you think? Right? Right? Miss Colorist Swirler Queen herself even admitted that. Now it was like pulling teeth. She had to admit it after that video of the Queens of King young lady went viral. And shout out to Ed because I knew he looked like somebody. Ed said Buddy Rowe looked like Big Show, and I started dying. Because I was like, ever since I saw this, I'm like, who does this man remind me of? And there you go, right? So y'all know Mr. Z is freestyling this. I just thought it was necessary to kind of cover this. Um, yeah, you better believe it. And you're gonna hear more of these type of stories. It's tragic, right? The young lady who was deleted and dismembered, right? For those of us that remember that, Asia Maynard, Lawrence Smith Fields. You're gonna hear these stories. The other young, there was a white woman who was, I'm not saying white woman, sorry, sorry, Freudian slip there. Black woman, sad. Her and her man went back and forth forever. They finally got married, and I think it was same similar situation. Within, what was it, a couple of years? Was it even a couple of years? He deleted her. I don't even think they even made it a year. Deleted her and left her body in the hotel or whatever. Huh? Wow. Dear black women, I hear you. Black men are the worst thing on the planet. But for your own safety, could you vet these non-black men? Or is anything that's not a black man the best thing that ever happened to the universe? Of course, after you, of course. Queen Black Woman, Queen Earth Mother Goddess. Right? For your own safety, right? Across the diaspora, that is why my title is what it is. Across the diaspora, divestment doesn't have borders. There are no borders for divestors. Whether they be on the continent of Africa, whether they be Afro Latina in South America, in the Caribbean, whether they're from the Caribbean, from South America, and now live in the US or somewhere in Western Europe, whether they're in Canada, divestment has no borders. For these black women, black men are the worst thing to ever happen on planet Earth, and the best thing they can do is have some mixed children and hopefully, please, for God, marry a white man. Right? End up with anybody that's not black, but definitely golden ticket white man. Their safety be damned. Now, how many black women are going to overtly say that outside of divestors and swirlers? Really, divestors? Not so many. Many of them are going to do the love is love. You can't help who you love. Some of them are going to pull the whole, and y'all already know it's coming. Some of them are going to pull the, well, when I was in high school, when I was in college, the black men weren't checking for me. Huh? Exactly, Trail. This is exactly. And Trail says, black man, it is your responsibility, to vet these other men so that our queens can produce mixed babies. Huh? Perfect statement. Hysterical. Huh? It doesn't matter the nation. We already see the Africans, the African black women holding up signs on the side of the road, two kids, such and such, looking for a white man. Insane. Huh? The divestment movement, borderline neo-Nazis, speaking about how horrible black men are in relationship to non-black men. It wasn't just black men are horrible, it's black men are horrible in comparison to non-black men, namely white men. Swirlers with their fake ass soft language. No, black women, we just need to expand our options. Look, I don't know about everyone else, I don't know about other black men, but for Z, if you did anything with a white man, it's done. It's done. It's done. So I'm not doing anything with you. I don't even want to pipe, to be honest. I don't care how you look. I don't care how accomplished you are. Why, Z? Because black women have let us know why they go over there. That's why. Huh? Thank you, Dud. No reachbacks over here. Absolutely not. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. Perfect phrase. No reachbacks. Absolutely not. Shout out to all you brothers that do it. Shout out to all you brothers. Well, can black women make mistakes? Yeah, but not that one. Ooh, Z, ooh, I said it. Black women are real human beings, and they deserve grace like everyone else. But there is one, nope, can't do it. I don't know about the rest of y'all. Shout out to y'all. I'm not doing it. What's beautiful about the internet, this is why Mr. Z, I gotta bring this back. The internet will expose us all. What's beautiful about the internet and social media is that black women for the past decade and a half on social media have been, and actually more like 2 decades, have been letting us know if there was any doubt. They've been walking around, marching, goose stepping around the internet, letting us know exactly why they end up with non-black men, primarily white men. Right? They have let us know. And on the rare occasion, you'll get something like that heavy set black woman. Shout out to Only Logical once again, the heavy set black woman that was responding to the literal cotton picking black woman with her and her daughter with inferiority complex. The heavyset black woman that said, y'all the ones that make everybody think that we worship these white men. Y'all the ones. I'll be damned if I'm cotton picking and making these type of jokes in front of my white man. Funny, huh? A handful of black women respond back to the swirlers and divestors with the yeah, I can't go there with you. A handful. Most of them are quiet because they tacitly agree. Uh-oh. Let me say it again. Dear black women, you're gonna have to regulate other black women. All this you don't understand, Z. When we say stuff to them, they insult us, they call us pygmies, and they attack us, and they troll us. Huh? Oh no, y'all gonna have to get down and dirty with these swirlers, these divestors, these anything better than black men, black women in luxury, black women level up women. Oh no, y'all gonna have to regulate them or have fun watching black men leave. And I'm gonna finish watching that whole interview with Shahrazad Ali on that channel somewhere in my history. I clicked it last night. And Shahrazad Ali schooled his sister straight up. The clip I saw was only about a minute or so long, but like I said, I have the whole interview somewhere in my history, my YouTube history. She pretty much said, "Who ran the black man off?" Uh-oh. Homegirl was trying to hit black men with the responsibility talk. Shout out to Shahrazad Ali. She straight up said it. Yeah, and who ran him off? If y'all want to know where Kim Foster was coming from when she tried to alert the authorities to black men and these passport bro stuff, that's the same thing Kim Foster was trying to do. Where you think you going? It doesn't matter if I'm verbally abusive and emotionally abusive. It doesn't matter if I'm destroying your character all around society. It doesn't matter that I'm telling you to bow down to the professional, managerial, petite bourgeoisie black women. It doesn't matter. How dare you try to leave, black men? You know what? White authorities, they're trying to escape. Huh? Wow. And Charles Irby says, there is a white Puerto Rican guy in my union always bragging about how he runs through black women. He has a white Latina wife at home. I've met her. She's a lovely woman. And what did BGS tell us? BGS out of LA, SoCal. What did he tell us? He used to have a number of Latino co-workers. Same exact thing you just said, Charles Irby. Married to, and he would say, "Hey, why aren't you with a black woman?" And yeah, so you married the Latina and you cheat on her with black women. You break black women's backs. Then black women come. Remember, these are the same black women in the black community waxing about how loyal they are. Sometimes we got to be honest. Auntie Shonda, the reason she's not married is because she's the side chick, right? Right? She's trying to be Miss Cartwright. She's the side chick to some white man, some married white man who's never going to divorce his wife, some married Latino man who's never going to divorce his wife, maybe even a married South Asian man who's never going to divorce his wife. I'm not even going to mention East Asians. That's not a thing. Maybe a little bit in on the West Coast and a teeny tiny bit in the Northeast, but it's not a thing. Huh? St. Cyr says there's better advertisement elsewhere. Hysterical, right? Yeah, Charles Irby, I've said it. Not only have I said it, I've been what would you call it? Second hand witness, third hand witness, second hand witness to this. I used to work at a law office too. White dude, married. She wife work at the job. Both of them are attorneys. He's cheating on his white wife with a pencil thin, no shape having white woman, look like a goddamn toothpick. Super thick Haitian woman, dumb stupid thick Haitian woman, and about a medium sized Latina. The man was piping the rainbow, married, and obviously they knew he was married because the wife worked at the job. He kept his wedding ring on. Did it stop them? No. Huh? Lead attorney. Shout out to the lead attorney. Y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Huh? I've had this conversation once with a Latina. And Only Logical says, I remember a black woman telling me she eventually had the epiphany that most black women have children with men who have never taken them on a date. The sisterhood kicked her out. I had this conversation with a Latina once. Huh? A number of these women, working class, white women, Latinas, black women, they're giving the box up to men, as you said, Only Logical, who never took them. Imagine this. And this is why when you see these women, and this is why we say no reachbacks. When you see these women with one or two kids, I might add the Destro clip to this afterward. The little cute, short haircut sister that said, "Somebody help me understand. Why won't you men marry and well, actually be father figures?" She said it the right way. She didn't say fathers. Be father figures to these children who don't have fathers, and the fathers are not in their lives. So for all of us who hear and see these women who are single mothers and put the bar of hypergamy to the moon, baby daddy got to smash, right? For a nickel bag of weed. Baby daddy got to smash for a nickel bag of weed. As a matter of fact, she might have been the one driving out to go handle some business with him. Huh? But now you're supposed to swoop through, marry her, elevate her, and wait for the day when one of those kids tell you, "You're not my daddy." Huh? These women are perfectly okay with disrespecting you. They don't even appreciate just posing the question is disrespectful as hell. Dear black men, why won't you take your hard-earned resources? Why won't you take your hard-earned resources? Laughing at the courtesy laugh, laughing at your boss's corny jokes. Why won't you take your hard-earned resources, your back-breaking resources, blue collar, white collar, sitting in them cubicles all day, huh? Moving this power line, climbing up this pole, pause, huh? Sweeping up this, trucking across the country. Why won't you take your hard-earned resources and your time and your little life force and invest it into these children that are mine, not ours now that we're married, no, mine, so that one day they could tell you, "You're not my daddy," and I'm just going to stand there and be like, why won't you do it? Huh? Why won't you invest in children that I won't even give them your last name, even though you're the one who raised them? I'm going to leave them with my last name or their daddy's last name. Shout out to Shaq. I won't even give them your last name. Huh? You imagine? The women are so disrespectful, they don't even realize when they're being disrespectful. They don't even appreciate when they're being insulting. They won't even approach the conversation with hat in hand, humble. They approach the conversation arrogant, like they doing you a favor. Well, at least you get to have this vagina. It's only going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars a year in raising another man's children. At least you get to have this vagina. Occasionally, when I say yes, of course, of course. And well, okay, I'll give you a kid, maybe two. They don't even appreciate how. Imagine this: you feel so obligated to black men's time, energy, resources that you don't even appreciate that posing the question. You should be humble. You don't even appreciate that you should be humble. And I don't mean humble in the way black women mean when they're being really insulting about it. I'm saying look at your position and look at the question you're asking, the statement you're making. You don't even appreciate that you should be humble right now. That you're the one in need or in serious want. You're the one lacking here. Especially when you asking for a single man of all people to take you and a kid or two on. You don't even appreciate that. So even with this young lady, she wasn't necessarily being so antagonistic. But even the fact that she was posing the question, why wouldn't you take on this deal? She was framing the question like, why wouldn't you? What's wrong with you? What are you not seeing about this great package deal I have for you? Huh? What's wrong with you? Why wouldn't you take on this package deal with me and my child or me and my children? That's the world we live in, where black women in particular don't even appreciate that. Yeah, but and this is going to be one of the main issues that bite black women in the rear end. from this point forward. Black men got choices and options now. And I'm going to do a review of that interview with Shahrazad Ali, particularly sticking to that one point, no pun intended. The fact that she tried to shame black men, and shout out to Shahrazad Ali who checked her, the interviewer, who ran black men off, and why would they come back? Out of a sense of obligation to the meanest, snarkiest, most entitled brats on the planet. Y'all won't even check other black women with the divestment swirler crap. Y'all won't even check other black women with their patriarchy about feminist specifications. But black men are supposed to what? Shout out to the Black Manosphere. I'm supposed to shame the passport bros in the Black Manosphere and the SYSBM black men in the Black Manosphere and tell them what? I know she's mean. I know she's snarky. I know she's entitled. I know she's coming to you with another man's child. She might strike you one day. She's definitely going to curse you out, maybe even in public. I know, but take that anyway. What's the redeeming quality, Z? She aged more gracefully than non-black women. And maybe, possibly, if you're lucky, if you're super duper lucky, you get one who's relatively fit. If you're lucky. That's my selling point. If you're lucky. Huh? Which archetype of black woman should I sell them on? What, the Ebony K. Williams kind? The Angela Rye kind? The Amanda Seals kind? Which one? Huh? The Kim Foster kind? Which one? Huh? Which one? Y'all won't even check other black women. You can't shame, especially these young black men. Them young black men under the age of 30 not even talking. They telling y'all read their Nikes through action. Huh? The young black men under the age of 30 are not even talking. How am I supposed to shame black men into ending up with black women when we're covering Miss Mimos Dulce? Average looking sister, not super bad, not ugly either. Okay, around the way sister, cool. Who got deleted by a pudgy, unattractive, short Latino man. I'm supposed to sell them on what? Okay, let's say Dulce was never deleted by this Latino man. I'm supposed to sell them on ending up with her after she was with this violent Latino man? She's supposed to get divorced from him and then end up with a brother who's going to save her? Huh? Oh, wait. I'm supposed to sell these young men on ending up with women who like memes and post on Instagram and on Twitter and Twitter X and YouTube, and they're watching Chrissy, and they're watching Real Talk with Yanni, and they're watching Lexus Exodus, and they're watching, but they end up with black women. Excuse me, Freudian slip. These women end up with black men because they don't got no real choice. I'm supposed to sell them on that, right? The aspirational swirler, the aspirational divester. I'm supposed to sell those women on ending up with that, right? The women that press like on the comments on Twitter that say, if I end up with a non-black man, just know I've tried with you Negroes. Huh? Only logical, you hear me? Exactly. You admitted, homegirl admitted, only logical, she admitted them white boys put her through it. But now, the person that can most understand me as a black man, I realize that now. Come on, man. You 40 something. Okay, yeah, lady. I'm not saying, listen, what Mr. Z is not saying is that people aren't deserving of grace sometimes. Maybe. And I don't even know if the word deserving is if you want to extend grace, that's the better way to frame it. Huh? But a number of black women have shown their ass and they have let us know that they're ending up over there with the non-black man, namely white man, to spite black men. To spite black men. Because y'all don't treat me like the light-skinned women and y'all don't treat me like the white women, so I'm going to go over here to the white man. And the white men could see you coming, pun intended. They could smell you coming, pun intended. And they have their way with you. And then a black man is supposed to rescue you from yourself afterward. Financially, definitely mentally and emotionally, a black man is supposed to be your rock afterward. How insulting is that? Dear black man, save me from myself after I went over there and got abused. After I went to white society or Latino society or Asian society, and I let one of their men use me for about 10 years, 8 years, 5 years, 3 years as a human sex doll that paid, by the way. Now save me in my emotional and mental state from myself. Huh? And y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. This is not the time to be mocking or making fun of Miss Dulce. It is the time to say, black women, are you sure about this? I said this a while ago. It had to be over a year ago. I got to say it again. Dear black women, as you date out, as you marry out, you open yourself up to see and to really experience what the women of these different communities experience with those men. Huh? This is not a scare tactic. Dear Chrissy, this is not Mr. Z trying to scare divestors and swirlers, right? Or you level up black women. No, something you already know. By the way, Chrissy, dear black women, as you quote unquote open up your options, you will be subject to whatever those white men, Latino men, South Asian men, East Asian men, indigenous men, etc., whatever they do to their women, whatever their form of quote unquote discipline. Shout out to all the feminists. I said it the way I meant it. Whatever these other men's form of discipline is when it comes to the women of their communities, dear black women, you open yourself up for that. Right? Huh? You open yourself up for that. I can't mock and make fun of, just like I didn't make fun of Lawrence Smith Field, right? Or Asia Maynard, or the other young lady whose name is slipping me right now. 19 years old, delete her whole life in front of her, deleted and dismembered. And then body parts spread around the city. This is insane. This is insane. But we already know if there's one group of people that would do it, we already know who it is. and you were 19 and you didn't vet the dude and you didn't have any men in your family vet him, and well, huh? You see this with Travis Kelce. How could what's her name, Kayla Nicole, not under? Y'all are on and off. Y'all are on and off. Dude's a well-known football player, not really spending no money. He did the swaggy white boy thing with you, and now he done. Huh? Travis Kelce pulled the white boy mic on Kayla Nicole. The same thing Machine Gun Kelly pulled on whatever black baby mama he has. They all pulling the white boy mic when they're around y'all. And then they get in contact or they get around the white women that they really desire, and they're done. Huh? Has Machine Gun Kelly been seen with a black woman publicly since he got famous? Huh? It would have been a different story. You got white dudes like Gary Owens. No, they want them a sister. Period. That exists. That exists. It does. It does. But more often than not, huh? Are the M&Ms? Oops. Huh? And the Kid Rocks? Yikes. And the Machine Gun Kelly? Oh. Huh? I wonder if Miss Dulce ever asked herself, and once again, rest in peace to that young lady, if this dude was a white Latino, chisel chin, 6 feet tall, brunette green eyes, white, would he have ended up with her? Not if he was a short, pudgy dude. I heard what he was 36. If y'all seen the picture, dude, if y'all see, dude look all of 45, damn near 50, 36. Yeah, Bill Burr's another one. I think Bill Burr really loves his wife. He really loves her. Shout out to Bill Burr. He really loves his wife. Do white men like that exist? Yes. Are there a lot of them, especially in America? No. Concerning black women? Absolutely not. But black women will gamble, which is within their right. Dear black women, it is within your right to gamble outside of the black community. As a woman, it is within your right to try to go for the best choice you feel you have. Guess what? It is within black men's right that when you get rejected over there, black men don't save you or scoop you up over here. Oops. Dear black women, it is within your right to expand your options as much as you want. And it is within black men's right to say, yeah. And guess what? Seeing that you experimented over there, I don't got nothing for you over here. Huh? And if black women want to do the same, they can. But the math don't say that it'll work for you the way it'll work for black men. Uh-oh. Huh? Mr. Z is not speaking about fairness right now. It's not fair, Z. So y'all can date out and we can't. I said what I said. If you want black men not to date and marry out, then make a better product. Make a better product. Shout out to Shahrazad Ali. That's essentially what Shahrazad Ali said. You want black men to not date out and not marry out and not do passport bros? Make a better product. Because the shaming tactics, particularly for younger millennials and Gen Z, quite frankly, all millennial men, all millennial black men, but particularly the younger millennial black men and Gen Z black men, those shaming tactics don't work. First of all, you didn't even create the environment for it not to work. Huh? You didn't even create the environment for it not to work. Thank you, Els Active. And Els Active says, LOL, Machine Gun Kelly got himself a Becky when he got on and started drinking blood and wearing long trench coats. I seen him. Huh? And Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Detroit, now you know I don't understand these characters. Right? Yes, in South Florida, we have a number of these Haitian American women born here and born in Haiti or born in the Bahamas and brought to America. We have a number of these Haitian and Haitian descent women who feel like it's a come up, pun intended, to end up with a non-black man because black men are so horrible. That's both black Haitian American men, Jamaican American men, ADOS FBA men, huh? Any type of African men, black African men. And yeah, they'd be putting up with all type of stuff. And here's the kicker. Y'all already know Mr. Z is going there. It's not just ADOS and FBA black women who end up with these non-black men and are paying for them. Huh? That is not just the FBA ADOS thing. There's a number of Asian women paying for these white dudes when they end up with them. There's a number of Latina women paying for these white dudes when they end up with them. There's a number of black and Caribbean women that are paying for these white dudes when they end up with them. That's not just the ADOS FBA thing. White men got the coldest bit of pimping on the planet. South Asian women, and when we say that, what we're saying is whether he works or not, there are a number of women of color, and obviously white women, who out-earn their white male counterpart and will eat that relationship. There's a pun in there somewhere. They will eat that relationship because he's white. Right? And thank you, Mr. Shook, to you for adding that. Thank you. And Mr. Shook, to you put here, here's the clip short Mr. Z is referring to on Shahrazad Ali. All right. Huh? And DBG7 says, hashtag no reach back. And that's one of the most open kept secrets in the black community is how many of our grandfathers and great grandfathers were our grandmothers and great grandmothers doing the reach back to. No? Great Uncle Earl, great Uncle Cletus, right? The light skinned one with the freckles and the red hair? Or the bronze hair? Yeah, that was a white man's baby. Huh? And it wasn't no forced relationship in that way either. As Bell Hooks has said, right, Cleophas, shout out to Trail. Even Bell Hooks said, you know, a number of these white men they have secret sex with. Shout out to Cree for admitting it. A number of these black women have secret sex with white men. and they're having sex all over the place. And what black men, when white men don't marry these black women, black men are supposed to, and raise that mixed child like it's his. I'm sorry. At the end of the movie, shout out to Tyler Perry, A Family That Prays, there is absolutely no, I'm not paying for this kid. That's, thank you for letting me know that this kid is not mine. Go get the money from Mr. Cartwright. You know how you tried to throw it in my face that he's not your son, he's a Cartwright. Yeah, go get the money from Mr. Cartwright. Huh? He's not yours, he's a Cartwright. And at the end of the movie, you see him sliding through, still giving her money, and she's trying to hug upon him. Absolutely not. Not only am I rejecting the hug, which he did at the end of the movie, I wouldn't be showing up to the house in the first place. Go get it from Mr. Cartwright. Right? Huh. Exactly, Adric. Literally the redheaded stepchild. And Roadmaster says, hell no, I do not want El Blanco's leftovers. See, this was a different conversation when black women had black men convinced, not really, that no, you know, I had a couple of white ex men, and you know, we you know, I just was dating, and you know, it's because of where I was raised and the environment. But then social media and the internet, high speed internet, changed that conversation, and it didn't take 3 and 4 decades either. Black women came on social media showing their ass and telling black men what it really is. Oh no, because y'all made us feel a certain way when I was 8 years old. Because y'all wasn't checking for me when I was 16 years old. Now I'm gonna go over here and be the pass around for white men, and hopefully one of them will marry me. I'm gonna be a pass around for one of these Latinos, and hopefully one of them will marry me. Oh crap, I'm 32 and I still don't have a wedding ring. And I'm 33 and I still don't have a wedding ring. And I'm 35 and I still don't have a wedding ring. I've been swirling and divesting for 20 years. I've been swirling and divesting for 15 years. I still don't have a wedding ring. Okay, let me do this little sidestep back into the black community. Huh? And try, love is love. You can't help who you love. And yeah, so yes, I've dated a couple of white men, but right? Shout out to Corey Holcomb. And Mr. Shook to you says, Mr. Cartwright, best I can do is $40. Not even dollars. $40. Right? Exactly. This is sad, right? Mimos Dulce. Young lady wasn't that old, had her life ahead of her, and this monster deleted her. But she married a monster. They 18 months? Y'all were married for 18 months. Sharing a car. And he deleted you. Huh? But didn't I tell y'all a little while ago about the Hialeah divorce? How these Latino men, particularly here in South Florida, how they roll? They not. I said what I meant, dear black women. When you start dating these non-black men, the monsters of their community are going to do the same thing to you that they would have done to whoever woman they would have ended up with in their community. This is and this is a negative stereotype. Mr. Z will admit. But even Latinos understand this negative stereotype. Even Latinos will admit that this is a negative stereotype, but it is a stereotype of Latino men. If you think you go anywhere, they literally mean over your dead body. Quite frankly, not all, not most, but a number of them, and you don't know which one it is, huh? The highly divorce is a real thing. If y'all recall, it was a Latino dude years and years ago deleted his wife on Facebook. That was a Latino. And I want to say it was down here in South Florida again. I want to say it was down here. I'm not 100% sure of that. Huh? I mean it. Dear, you know what's fascinating? Black women attempting to give black men warnings about non-black women, particularly white women, and black men saying, touche. Are y'all sure y'all okay over there? Anything's better than Blackistan. All right. That's what, all right. Remember, you said it. Huh? Mr. Sugar to you says ice box or free fertilizer. That's the price for the slightest perception of disrespect. The white dude, what school was that? What university was that? That deleted the little Asian young lady and put her in the goddamn school freezer. What about the other white dude? They made a whole damn series about this. Not like TV series, but like they covered this. Cheating on his wife with another white woman. Tell the white woman him and his wife are divorced or going through a separation. Wife pregnant with the third child. Wife come back in town from visiting her parents. Dude deletes her and then deletes the children, the two little kids. Huh? We keep on hearing about this. I'm not saying that black men might not go that far, but dear black women, I'm almost certain if you go through the numbers of black women in relationship to or in married to white men in particular, and you look at I bet you percentage wise, it's higher than black men. I put money on it because the white dudes ain't dealing with what black men deal with. Even the sister that's sitting, the way we treat black men, we can't treat the non-black men like that. Even a black woman said that. Huh? This is horrific. But black women gonna still keep on going over there because anything's better. Haitian, she should have known better. I'm telling y'all right now, yes, in the Haitian community, you do have a number of these kind of weird swirler types, divester types, right? Because like they think Haitian American and Haitian men are beneath them. They think all Haitian men are either way too arrogant. It's the Jason Derulo versus the Kodak Black conversation. Jason Derulo's too much of a pretty boy. He's too arrogant. The Kodaks are beneath them. ADOS men, so those are the two Haitian guys, right? ADOS men are too beneath them. And so anything non-black. How do they look at like Nigerian men? Pretty much the same way they look at Haitian men. Either you fit into the Kodak camp or the Jason Derulo camp. And so, and that's what you're hearing more and more from women of color in general. They're not framing it that way. That's not exactly how they're saying it, but this is the message. White men are just right. Asian men are too heady, too in the books, right? Black men are too swaggy. They're too. Both of these men are effeminate in their own way, right? Latino men too much machismo, etc., right? South Asian men maybe too patriarchal. East Asian men, same thing. But white men are just right. Huh? White men are just right. If you listen to Asian women talk long enough, that's South and East Asian women, you listen to Latina women talk, you listen to black women talk, they're all saying the same thing. Shout out to Kidology. What did Kidology say? These men are too patriarchal over here. These men this, these men that. But white men are just right. This has nothing to do with white colonialization and white domination on the planet for the past few centuries. Nope, don't got nothing to do with that. This has nothing to do with how women have internalized white domination, white hegemonic domination on planet Earth for the past few centuries. Nope, don't got nothing to do with that. Nope. It's that white men just fit, they're just a perfect temperature. Huh? They're just right. And Mr. Shook to you says, not even the worst black man have the nature to delete chicks or harm children. Culturally, it's not a thing. I agree. Will it happen here and there? Yeah. But is that a thing? No. It's not a black man thing. That's just not a black man thing. Huh? But once again, let let women of color or black women in specific talk. They don't know that. If I could find that clip, was it Vice or was it Vox? It was either Vice or Vox, and they were in New Zealand. I've referenced this before, and I never watched the whole thing. I watched like maybe the first 2 or 3 minutes, and I told myself I was going to go back to it, and I never did, and I'm regretting it. But I'm gonna go look it up so I could watch the whole thing. It was either Vice or Vox, and they were covering something in New Zealand, and I think the theme was either like cross dressers or like um trans folks, something like that. And it was this trans, what are the natives call of New Zealand? Maui, right? It was a trans one of those guys, the natives to New Zealand. And he said something so weird. And I remember it was like, oh boy, okay, that's the argument that y'all are making, and y'all are freaking slow for thinking this, but fine. And it was something like we're taking down white patriarchy one trans person at a time, or we're like our mere existence is a challenge to white patriarchy, something like that. He alluded, well, I guess I should say she, but that that person alluded to, or just they said that, but I'm paraphrasing what they said, but that was the general message, right? Like my mere existence as a trans native to this land is a challenge, right? And thank you, Saint Cyr Maori, right? Is a challenge to white patriarchy. And I recall thinking to myself, and no offense to the young man or whatever, like, or young woman in this case, no offense to you, but you slow, dumb idiot. Z, how you gonna say no offense and then say that? I know. You think your presence is a challenge to white supremacy and white patriarchy? No, dumbass. It's whether he's trans or not that's a challenge to white patriarchy and white dominance, not you. That's not how that works, huh? And I'm saying that to say once again, and shout out to KMS, right? This face down, rear up fight of the white patriarchy that women of color think they're engaging in. We're gonna colonize white men back. We're gonna fight white patriarchy with our ass in the air, literally, right? Global Free Agent says, I believe I saw that as well, right? Yeah, because I remember watching them. I just remember thinking to myself, oh, you really don't appreciate what the hell you dealing with, huh? Shout out to all of these women of color and LGBTQ men of color who think you fighting white patriarchy with face down, ass up, right? And there's a pun in there because it's not just the sexual innuendo; it's also bowing, right? Oops. If he's standing in front of you, you bow to him. If he's behind you, well, then something else is going on, huh? Huh? And watching that, and yes, this wasn't a this wasn't a biological woman, right? This wasn't a person that came out the womb XX chromosome, but that thought process just spoke of how women and these alternative sexual lifestyle folks think of white men and white patriarchy. Like they're really fighting that by, once again, face down, ass up, right? Huh. Saint Cyr, I don't know if this is the statement you want to make because I could make you throw up right now. Saint Cyr, I could make you throw up right now, Saint Cyr. Right? And y'all give me 1 second. And Saint Cyr says, yep, the white man is just like bloop, another one bites the dust. One less man out of the way without having to bloody them up, even though we'll still bloody them up. Okay. I didn't read that last part. That's funny, and that's exactly where Mr. Z was going. Right? Without having to bloody them up, even though we'll still bloody them up. Right? Huh? Because sometimes when things go where they're not supposed to go, right? When things enter places they're not so when you enter and exit, it might get bloody. I'll leave it there. Mr. Z, you're so vivid about these things. Why do you speak about these things and you don't even throw up? Because it's real. Huh? Because if you are a trans woman, then you're more than likely engaging in said activity, and you're more than likely the bottom. And so things are entering exits, right? Hysterical DBG 7, right? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Translation: a Negro, please. I'm taking my goddamn resources to China. Sorry, not sorry. Fight me about it. Right? And I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch the whole thing. That gives you a second. And we're back. Right? But yeah, Detroit, I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch that to see what Shahrazad Ali really had to say, um, and kind of how she expounded on the point that she made. Because you can't shame these young black men anymore, especially after y'all done sent them to these mixed schools. Y'all send these young black boys and these young black girls to these mixed schools, these predominantly white schools, and then wonder why your son coming home with the Latina or the Asian girl or the white girl. And you didn't even raise your daughters to necessarily be nice or not antagonistic to the black boys. So you got black girls who want to be with the white dudes and who are antagonistic to the black boys, are also feeling a certain way about their skin tone because the white boys ain't choosing, not really. And then the black boys are supposed to watch the black girls fiend over the white dudes, get their heart broken by the white dudes, and then those black boys are still supposed to end up with them black girls? Okay, yeah, that's it. Those black boys become black men. They want black women, but they're supposed to end up with the same type of, nope, absolutely not. And then, oh, it gets worse. And then those black boys are supposed to watch as square, pretty okay, pretty from what we saw before, even keel black men, Will Smith, end up with relatively hood-ass black women, Jada, and she breaks him psychologically, and the only thing that's ever broken him. Yeah, while black women celebrate, huh? Who's doing the social math in the black community? Where are the black technocrats? Where are y'all? Oh, I forgot y'all are doing the bidding of white society. I forgot, sorry. Huh? And Cheryl says, when did we start talking about Decepticons? I brought them up to prove a point, right? I brought them up earlier because I was saying, and I was tying them to black women and this idea that face down, ass up is a way to kind of recolonize white people, white men in particular, back, right? And I brought up kind of mini documentary that I watched on, it was either Vice or Vox. And I didn't even really watch it. I only watched like the first like 3 or 4 minutes. I gotta go find it because I want to watch the whole thing, especially after Buddy Rose said what he said, or I guess Sister Rose. I don't know what I should be calling that person, but anyway, after the person in the intro said pretty much what I said, which is, and I'm paraphrasing, which is like, you know, we're fighting back against white patriarchal norms, one trans person at a time, or one whatever he said. That was kind of, or she said, that was kind of different. So that's why we kind of went into the Decepticon lane. I was kind of, you know, tying a point together here, right? Man, Haitian woman deleted by pudgy, looks like short Latino man. And if I'm not mistaken, were they the same age or was she older than him? Huh? Deleted by a Latino man. Not even a looker either. Dude didn't come with the money. Y'all sharing a car. Unless he was in the streets, but once again, y'all sharing a car. Huh? The cops had to be called to the home. And now, dude deleted you. What the hell? So Mr. Z's not going to celebrate this, right? Or use any one of those, you know, kind of sayings about, you know, how Tariq calls it, how he says divester, emphasis on one part of the word, emphasis on the first syllable of the word, right? There's no reason to mock her. But it should be used as a cautionary tale. So Mr. Z expects, if this story gets a little bit more traction, I expect for Paris Malone to do one of her midnight or late night streams doing damage control and once again finding some weird way to punch down on black men. I expect Chrissy to do one of her damage control videos in a weird way to punch down on black men if this gets any traction whatsoever. If it doesn't, they won't say anything. If enough of their subscribers send them this and they feel compelled, they'll say something, but it's usually punching down on black men, showing a couple of black men who have I guess got run through the ringer with white women. Show Tariq, sorry, not Tariq, but show Tyrese crying. What do you want from me? And that's their way of assuaging the fear and the guilt and the pain, right? Huh. And DBG7 says some of these women wouldn't give us the time of day unless we got the bag. Yeah, we're living in increasing. Oh, by the way, y'all check out I put a short up earlier this morning, so y'all check that out. But it's about 40 some odd seconds long, right? And that goes exactly to what you just said, DBG7. And that, once again, we live in a capitalist neoliberal society, and of course the women see you as a walking ATM machine and wallet. Most people do not challenge systems. They don't even question systems. They're born and they're raised in it, or they're brought up in it, and it is what it is. This is what it is. It's asking a fish, hey, what do you think about this water? What water? Huh? So that's not just a black woman thing, that's a woman thing. If you say neoliberal capitalism in front of your average woman, even college educated black woman or white woman or Latina woman, their eyes are going to glaze over. Huh? Their eyes are going to glaze over. They don't know what you're talking about. Late stage capitalism, they don't know what you're talking about. Huh? They have no idea. Your average American wouldn't even know what you're talking about, let alone your average woman. College educated or not. Oftentimes you're the same people talk about systems of oppression. Adam Smith, who's that? Frederick Hayek, who's that? Huh? Milton Friedman, who's that? Richard Wolff, who's that? Huh? So they don't appreciate the system they live in or under, even though it's kicking them in the ass, even though they're in their cars recording themselves, crying and complaining about the current state of affairs economically in this country and in the West largely. Huh? The end of Glass-Steagall or the repeal of Glass-Steagall, they don't even know what that is. NAFTA, they don't know what that is. Huh? They know to say, women can afford their own now. Now men gotta be likable. All right. Huh. So yeah, no, yeah. DBG7, that's a woman thing. That's a woman thing, and their eyes are gonna glaze over if you try to walk them through what feminism plus capitalism look like for their actual life. You're talking to an individual black woman. We ain't even gonna do theoretical. Well, we're doing theoretical, but we're not gonna expand it out of speaking about an individual black woman. If you're speaking to an individual black woman about her dating prospects, and you take into account how many single men there are, how many men earn six figures and more, how many men are over 6 feet, how many men are accomplished to whatever level she says she wants them, right? And once you start going through the numbers, you're gonna watch her eyes glaze over. They don't care nothing about that. I want this man, and this is how he gotta be. Right? This is the life I want. Alexa, play any random child throwing a temper tantrum in a toy store. I want it. Huh? So they don't care. And I'm all about people saying I don't care about this. Eat the consequences of that though. Once again, 17 or so percent of men in America earn six figures. That's not including their height. We didn't talk about anything about those same 17% and how many of them are over 6 feet tall. Right? We didn't say anything about that. Right? We didn't say anything about those 17% of men and their wardrobe, or what car they drive, or what neighborhood they live in, or their political what side of the political spectrum they fall under. We didn't say anything about that. We're just saying that 17 or so percent of men in America earn six figures or more. Huh? And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Detroit said, I'm going to China. Right? And Eric Denman, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Eric Denman says, wow, Z, even the Haitian women, the black men are beneath them. Damn, that colonization really messed the women up, didn't it? Yes. Yes. And what makes it worse, this is what makes it absolutely worse. These women claim to have a more moralistic view of the world. And in other words, they don't appreciate how much their worldview is affected by what's gone on planet Earth over the past few centuries concerning white domination and white hegemony. In other words, they think they're above it. They think they can't be manipulated. They think they can't be propagandized. Z, you're using the wrong word. I said think. Sorry, they feel like they can't be propagandized. Huh? Yeah, white hegemony on planet Earth has affected women of color and how they see men, particularly men of their own demographic, and how they see white men. That includes black women, obviously Haitian women. Absolutely. And for many of them, I've said it before, they see white men as a meal ticket. And they see white men as being the people that can most likely bring them into what they really want to live, the myth of white womanhood. White men are the person that will more than likely get them as close as humanly possible to the myth of white womanhood. And all that says is freedom and liberation. I get to be elevated by the white man. Hopefully he earns enough to make me a stay-at-home mother if I want to be, or put me in the spaces to be Miss Boss Hog Corporate America, right? And having a white husband and a white boyfriend is a signal and a symbol that I've arrived, right? It is the passport in this society to show I'm here now. Huh? So that's how a number of these women think and feel. Can you get them to articulate it the way Mr. Z just did? Absolutely not. Not for most of them. Once again, check out my most recent short. That young lady said exactly, and it's about 40 some odd seconds long. She said exactly the way women see men and money. It's not just money. It's you've accomplished this and you worked hard. Of course, we judge you off of your money because it's more than that. That's what they got to tell themselves. They can't speak of how dehumanizing it is to see men as nothing but a walking ATM machine or a walking wallet. So they put all these extras on it. Well, the more money you have, it symbolizes that you work hard and that you're smart and that you da. Instead of just coming up the middle and saying, "Yeah, man, I'm trying to live a better life." A handful of women just straight up admit it and say it. The other women, this is how they reason, right? When you tie class and race together, oh, the Frankenstein horrible toxic sludge mix you get. When you tie hypergamy and race and class, right? Women of color will tie themselves into pretzels trying to describe to you why it's all about the white peen. Or the lighter, brighter until you get to whiter peen. So race plays a factor, obviously. Class plays a factor, duh. Income plays a factor until you get to God Almighty himself. A rich white man over 6 feet, that's good looking, shoot. Right? That's why when you let enough women of color talk, whether she's East Asian, South Asian, indigenous, black, some type of Latina, we already know Latin is not really a race, but whatever. All of them are describing that the white man is just right, toasted just right. Not too hot, not too cold. Right? Exactly, Trell. And Trell says, light, bright, and damn near white. You let black women say, this is how black men judge things. You let black women move, uh-oh. You let black women show you through action when they're about, yikes. Right? Uh-oh. Huh. So yeah, to what Eric is saying, look, colonization did do a number on the minds of men and women, but namely women of color. What makes it difficult is that they think they're above it. What feminism did was give them an excuse to not investigate and look in the mirror and think and feel to themselves, what exactly did white hegemony on planet Earth make me think about myself, about my children, and about my men? They think that's a man thing, not a people thing, definitely not a woman thing. No, it's a man thing. Women have only been the victims of white supremacy and hegemony. Never accomplices, never wanting to be under, pun intended, white supremacy, pun intended, right? Never using it as a weapon against men in their communities or race or ethnicities. That's a man thing, not a woman thing. You let women of color talk. Huh? But then if you keep on letting women of color talk, what do they describe when it comes to white men? Huh? Man, and Only Logical says this is so true. When black women get with white men, they think they are better than black people. They think they have transcended race. Because in the world we live in, white people don't have a race. People of color have a race. White people are the default people. They don't have a race. They don't have an ethnicity. Particularly in the West, particularly in America. White people are the default people. Everybody else has a race, has an ethnic group. White is white is white. That's why you have to obscure Irish from Italian, from this and that when you get into whiteness. Now, within their race, they understand the difference. But outside, they move as a white unit. We just white. Right? Exactly. And only logical says white equals status. So, of course, black women move as if when they end up with this white man or any type of white, Latino white, damn they're white South Asians, right? The couple of East Asians that you can't really tell, right? They won the lottery. You can't tell them nothing. And God forbid they end up with a small hat white dude and a wasp white dude. Oh, mega millions. No? But love is love. Cheska Lee is out here talking about pro-black stuff, was married to a white dude, a white attorney, and when you see Buddy Rowe, you like, oh, and for all of us that remember Cheska Lee from way back, cute, slim, chocolate sister with the dreads. Cute. Even now, she put a little bit of weight on. She cut the hair bald because whenever they get their heart broken, they always take their hair off. Especially if it's a white man who did it. And she still got a cute face. She put on a little weight. Grow your dreads back, Cheska Lee. Right? Her and dude then got divorced. And he took money. Of course he did. The white boys always take money out the door. Yeah, I heard Only Logical. She went down the Aisha Taylor route. Only Logical says, I almost did a video on Cheska Lee, who is now lesbian. Of course. And by the way, that's why she said that she's not going to make the same mistake and advertise her relationship this time the way she did last time. Because she already know people like Z and people like Only Logical are like, oh, so you going down the step program? You didn't work with the white man? I put money. Only Logical, it's a white woman. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a black woman or maybe a Latina, but I put money it's a white woman. If it's a black woman, okay. If it's a Latina, I'm not surprised. But I'm almost certain it's a white woman. I'm telling you, she went down the Aisha Taylor route. I'm telling you. And Only Logical said it is a white woman, and that's why she's not gonna put it on blast. But she know people like Z and people like Only Logical are like, bro, this is so predictable. This is so predictable. It's scary. Is that how much? And shout out, I'm not gonna really go in too much on Consciously. Shout out to Consciously. Consciously is doing the stream with her, talking about this pro-black stuff. Cool. But I wonder if he never brought it up. Ain't no way. This is what I'm saying. Like, these people are in a bulletproof, bomb-proof bubble. Consciously, you trying to tell me you watching this black woman go from white man to white woman, and that is not concerning at all? And she's making pro-black content? Bro. Huh? And she's making pro-black content. This is predictable. Especially for these kind of grew up in a different environment, black women, leftist black women in particular. They date this white guy, they date that white guy, they date this white guy, they end up marrying that white guy. it don't work out. He takes money out the door because they almost always do. He take money on the way out the door, and it breaks them, and then they end up with a woman. Shout out to Jessica Lee. Shout out to Aisha Taylor. And then they do love is love, and I'm not going to publicize my relationship, and I want to keep this private. Why? Because you did the most predictable thing ever. A black woman that gave black men the middle finger, then married a white man. It didn't work out. How long was Jessica Lee married to Buddy Roll? Y'all didn't have no kids? Huh? Y'all didn't have no kids. Then you turn around and marry the white. Okay, whatever. Right? Shout out to Alicia Garza. Uh-oh. Shout out to Alicia Garza. Alicia Garza said, I'll do y'all one better. I'm going to go marry the trans. These people are in a bulletproof, bomb-proof bubble where we sound like sexist, misogynistic, transphobic a-holes when we're paying attention to their behavior. Their anti-black behavior. Because I refuse. I'll work with a black man. Shout out to Consciously. Right? I could not be antagonistic to black men, but I couldn't be in a relationship with one. Ew. Shout out to Aisha Taylor. Tall, attractive black woman. Said I'm gonna give those genes and resources to a white man. It didn't work out. Y'all never had kids. Then she ended up with a white woman. Same thing with Jessica Lee. And what about the young lady? I think she used to be on the Daily Report. That's not Jessica Lee, is it? She looks a lot like Jessica Lee. It's another tall ass chocolate sister, cute ass face. And I used to be like, I wonder if she's with a black man. I'll put money she ain't with no goddamn black man. Huh? Huh. And I think Hollywood just makes it worse, by the way, to be honest. Half of these sisters don't end up with no goddamn anybody got the countdown going? Shout out to Quinta B. Anybody got the countdown for Quinta B? I said it. Quinta B was over here trying to hide the white husband. You finally seen the white husband. You're like, bruh, if you don't stop. Shout out to Only Logical. I seen the white husband. I was like, no wonder you was trying to hide, buddy. I don't want to make my relationship public. Same thing with the other African sister. I want to say she was African. That used to be on BuzzFeed. Cute chocolate sister, shorter haircut. It wasn't short. Shorter hairdo. Found out she had a white man. Found white man. I was like, bro, if y'all don't stop. Dr. Umar Johnson and Eddie Griffin over here telling us, you know, these white men, they be ending up with the best black women. Have you ever seen the white men that these sisters end up with? Huh? Yeah, I found out. And Kevin Miller says Kidology follows similar path. Now she claims to be same-sex loving and after chasing after white dudes for years. Yeah, I've seen. But she's still putting out field pieces about why women of color end up with the white dudes, though. Right? Mr. Sukti uses walking, breathing contradictions at best. Bro, say that. And once again, Eric Denman, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Brother, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your name. And like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? If we live in an anti-black society and propaganda is real, how do we speak? Like, black men got hit with all this propaganda, and black men are colorists, and black men are featurists, and black men are anti-black women, and black women, on the other hand, they're so loyal to black men, don't you know? It's not that the white men ain't marrying them. Uh-oh. Shout out to Camille Austin. Yikes. For those of you that don't know who Camille Austin is, it's the sister that I covered a couple of years ago. The one that was crying because she had went to a wedding and it really hit her. You know, when they realized, oh crap, I'm like one of my only friends that's not married. I don't have no kids, and she went to a wedding and she was crying, and then she came back and did the whole damage control video. And me and Charles covered it. I covered it, and then Charles covered it. And she's a gorgeous looking sister, gorgeous chocolate. You know she could have just about any black man. Well, and she's from South Florida. Camille Austin, cute chocolate sister. What that mean? Nothing. And she said she dated white men before. I was done with that. Once I heard that, done. They could have you. Shout out to whoever you are in LA, brothers, that's gonna try to make a wife out of this. Have fun with that. I'll see you in divorce court. Huh? Hysterical. Dr. D says, BGS, it's all Jermaine's fault. Mr. Shook to you says, and in the UK, it's all Jeffrey's fault. Hysterical. Right? Huh? That's hysterical. Cute. And I'm naming these women on purpose. When you hear white, read any type of non-black men. When I say white men, I'm really saying any non-black man, particularly white man, obviously, but any non-black man. Any non-black man. For a lot of black women, any non-black man will do. And you let them talk long enough, and Camille Austin admitted it. She put out the think piece, but she was like, y'all are not going to profit and capitalize off of my pain. And ma'am, we were using you as a cautionary tale, ma'am. And we were actually a bit sympathetic to your plight. I remember what I was saying. I can understand how it's just not lining up. Time is not lining up for you. Huh? And she was like, everybody was guessing. Brothers like us was like guessing it was a white dude. And actually it was a brother. Ma'am, doesn't matter. You said you date white dudes. What am I supposed to do, Z? Limit myself to black men? Yes. Damn, I wasn't supposed to say that like that. And now the white men can have you. You're in your 30s, ma'am. I don't see a wedding ring yet. And you're attractive. Shout out to all the attractive black women, especially the ones in Hollywood. Right? Especially the ones in LA. Attractive black women who've been swirling for a decade, who out here dating the white dudes, they don't got no goddamn wedding ring. Huh? I'm not exclusively dating white men, Z. It don't matter. Do you have the wedding ring, ma'am? That's the question. Huh? For those of you that I might link one of her videos, Camille Austin, beautiful, just right. Nice skin color, nice skin tone, cute face. What that mean? Absolutely nothing. A bit antagonistic towards black men, a bit. I'm being a bit nice here. And dated out before. Mr. Z done. Once I hear that, it's a wrap. Huh? And Dut React says, man, Alice Walker is one of the worst humans to ever exist. I don't care. Made up a whole fake story of black men being the boogeyman. How else, especially in the 70s and 80s, how else could you justify same-sex loving relationships for black women and black women being on the white peen chase? How else would you, because what, the movie came out in the 80s, but the story was written in the 70s or something like that? The early 80s, the late 70s? How else could she justify that? Political lesbianism and political swirl or divestorism. Essentially, that obviously that's not what they called it back then. But how else can you justify, look, man, we try to either F these black men, we're either going to end up with each other as black women or we're going to end up with the white man. Because back then, like being with a Latino or being with an Asian wasn't a thing necessarily. So it was white men or same sex loving. How else could she speak on that other than making black men the boogeyman? Like black women didn't have a choice but to end up with other black women. Shout out to the Golden Girls, or end up doing they swirl or divester thing. Huh? Dr. D, I'm gonna need you not to speak about Stacey Dash that way. And Dr. D says a lot of these middle-aged divestors are ran through. They've got buckets of Chad's genetic material swimming through their body. They're not worth the reach back. You imagine? And I don't think black women fully appreciate how disrespectful it is to reach back to black men in her 40s. It's different. I give if we're gonna tier this, I give sisters who only dealt with black men, they're above that. I said it. But if you are a 40-something-year-old, 50-something-year-old black woman who have pretty much exclusively, if not exclusively, dated outside the race, primarily to white men, but any non-black men, primarily, once again, white men, and then now you in your, once again, later 40s, maybe early 50s, and you try to do the reach back? Absolutely not. Late 30s, 40s, maybe early 50s, you try to reach back? No, no, absolutely not. Stay where you at. It's insulting. But I forgot y'all are used to insulting black men. Y'all get off on it, actually. Huh? Y'all get off on it. It ain't nothing more insulting than telling a black man to take care of you or maybe a child or two from a white dude after you went over there. Let's be very clear. You went over there giving black men the middle finger. You went over there as an insult to, I don't got to deal with you, black men. I'm a little swollen divest. And when it doesn't work out for a decade plus, right? When it doesn't work out, then you reach back. Shout out to Ole. I ain't gonna go in on Ole too much. I actually kind of like Ole, but once again, shout out to Ole. Shout out to Ostefco, huh? Shout out to a number of women that Only Logical has covered, huh? You scroll far back enough on their Twitter, and it's all type of antagonistic stuff towards black men, and they showing their white boyfriend. You fast forward 5-6 years to the present, and now they're married to a black man. Shout out to whoever y'all brothers are. Huh? And I'm gonna say Roosh Biggie. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Or well, super sticker. I said super chat. Sorry. Thank you for the super sticker. Right? To find out this dude deleted his wife and dumped her body in some woods. Right? Not just let her, y'all go through the divorce and just let her go. Okay, you don't got no money like that. Go sleep on your mom's couch. One of your siblings' couch. No, you got to delete her. She ain't leaving you. And now you're about to serve what they said, 50 something, at least 30 years in prison. For what? Shout out to all those black women who speak about black men like we're trying to hold them hostage in Blackistan. Then you try to leave the white dude or the Latino dude and he got some for your ass. They take that till death do us part real seriously, right? And Dut says, I don't mess with Ole. She had mad tweets in the past hating on black men and hyping up interracial dating for black women. Now she all pro black with the reach back, right? And remember, this is a Nigerian woman by way of Bahamas. I think born and raised in Nigeria. Sorry, born and raised in Bahamas, father Nigerian, right? Ole is your big girl crush, and apparently white dudes was crushing her anyway. Huh? So yeah, I didn't know that, Dut, but I'm not surprised. And she feel a certain way about the fact, like she made like a slight comment about it to FD Signifier recently. She feel a certain way that we keep on bringing that up because Ole, I know you listening. I know you may not be listening to Z exactly, but I know you listening to the Black Manosphere. I heard what you said. Ole, I'm not going to be mean to you. I'm not going to necessarily be antagonistic to you, but you have to appreciate as black men how insulting black women are to black men. Shout out to your boyfriend. I hope y'all end up getting married and doing y'all thing. But y'all are real insulting to black men, and y'all come up with all type of weird excuses for it, like the moral high ground thing. I'll give you push back on Herbie and Quaytan on your stream. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You win at the divestors. I'll give you that. I'll give. But Ole, there's a number of you sisters that go in on black men. You talk about how great swirling is, divesting is, these non-black being in a relationship to non-black men, and the non-black men give y'all they ass to kiss because of course they are. Y'all think y'all in a different. Oh, I'm in New York. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in LA. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Seattle. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Oakland. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Chicago. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Dallas. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Houston. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Portland. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. Y'all always think y'all dealing with a different type of white man. And them white men give y'all their ass to kiss. They run y'all through the ringer. I'm not even gonna mention what the Latino men got y'all doing. I'm in Miami. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Orlando. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Raleigh. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. Huh? Y'all always. I'm in DC. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. Y'all always think y'all dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in London. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. Huh? I'm in Sydney. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. Y'all always think y'all dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Toronto. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. And then white men give y'all their ass to kiss because, of course, huh? I'm in Milan. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. I'm in Paris. I'm dealing with a different type of white man. Shout out to Saint Cyr. Saint Cyr says, don't forget about France and Italy, right? They always think they're dealing with a different type of white man. This is a modern white man. He doesn't move the way his grandfather and great grandfather moves. Huh? His great grandfather didn't help to slaughter the Aboriginals in Australia. No, that ain't him. That's not his bloodline. His great grandfather wasn't one of the ones that was in South Africa saying we were here before the native of South. I mean the black South Africans. Yes, by the way, if y'all didn't know, for those of you that don't know, that was a real argument that white folks was trying to make back in the day in South Africa. We were here first. I'm not joking. Imagine that. Imagine saying you as a white person, we got here before yeah, they were traveling through land, but we were here first. We discovered South Africa first. You imagine the balls it takes to say you as a white European found South Africa before the black South Africans did? And these are the white guys that black women swear changed. Okay, yeah. Because they're okay with maybe holding your hand in public. Maybe. Right? Huh? And Compassionate says white people will tell themselves anything to protect their ego. It's pathetic. Right? Insane. And these are the white men that black women swear have advanced. Literally, what's his name? No, not Knowles. I can't remember how to pronounce his name. White dude, one of the ones that was part of January 6th, married to a chocolate sister, cute chocolate sister. She all right, slim chocolate sister. They got their whole mixed kid. Super Trumpers. He got arrested for being on some January 6th thing. Actually, I think he got arrested before, like right before January 6th, but he's still tied to the Proud Boys and et cetera, et cetera. How many of these Proud Boys had black wives? Well, that's because it's not a race thing, Z. Yawn. Huh? Thank you, Telescope. And Telescope says, unless you and your non-black partner, right? Funny you said partner, not husband or boyfriend, but unless you and your non-black partner came together organically, running with the same crowd, you're in for a rude awakening at some point. And that's the case for even some brothers, let's be honest, but definitely for black women, right? I'll just say this. I was in a space late night. It wasn't too late, maybe 11ish, 12ish at night, right? And I seen this sister, right, walking with this white dude. White dude, had the blazer on, the slacks and whatever. And the sister, she didn't have a onesie on. She had like one of those. It wasn't a onesie, and this was a couple of years ago, right? But it was a nicer dress, like pants thingy majigger. But you could tell they didn't fit. And he asked me a question, and I directed him to where he needed to go. And then I see him and her walking back with another white dude and black girl. I was like, oh, so y'all double dating, swirling. And neither one of those white men looked like they fit with the black women. I'm not saying they were the women were streetwalkers. They weren't. They were not streetwalkers. At least that was the vibe they gave me. But it definitely did not look like a match. Neither one of the black women looked like they they fit with the white dude, or vice versa. Neither one of the white dudes looked like they fit with those black women. But here they are. I hear you, black women. I hear you. Right? Huh? And Lion says, 45% of white women are single moms. So using black women's logic, why aren't white men being painted with deadbeat dad trope? Because they're white. And those black women, some of them, are hoping to catch those white dudes on the other side. Huh? They're hoping to catch those white dudes on the other side. Hoping and wishing and praying. Huh? We've already seen a number of these type of women, right? Shout out to Meghan Markle's mom. Oops. And Eve. Yikes. Huh? Shout out and Ebony K. Williams, but she was hoping to be one too. These white dudes, middle age, have they 2, 3 white kids already, divorced from their white wife, and then here comes some black woman, maybe Latina. Shout out to J-Lo. Oops. Who says, "Oh, I'll take you now. I don't have a problem. It's okay that you're divorced with two, and maybe not even divorced with 2, 3 white kids. I wanted you anyway." Oh yeah, Tamar Braxton. That's another one. Exactly. KW Don. Exactly. Exactly. Huh? And black women's logic, they're saying, "I would do that with a black man. You better believe I'll do it for a white man." Uh oh. Prodigies, you hear me? I don't want no black trucks to roll up, but still. Whoopsie! Look, goddamn, my finger slipped. Jesus Christ, let me take this off the screen. Jeez, look, I hate when this happens. Give me a second, y'all. Go. Well, look, my finger's slipping all over the screen. I can't even. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I got it off. Right? Huh? Telescopic, man. You better say that. And Telescope says, eventually, that's good. That's got to be a surreal convo. You're not my mother. You're not even white. Huh? Huh? And there's a number of these type of relationships. And Mr. Shook to you says Black Uru was dead in when he first said that the white man needs to create his 2, 3 white people first before accepting before accept okay, I don't know, advances of black women. I get what you're saying, but yeah, I get what you're saying, right? Better you, not Mamala, right? And that's what it is often. That's what it is often, man. I think somebody in the Black Manosphere spoke of that. I think it was Mr. Research at one point. It might have been Mr. Research that brought up how many of these black women, white men marriages is actually the white men's second marriage, right? And Dr. D says J-Lo can't sing for Ish. Yeah, that's true, but J-Lo is a cute Latina, especially when she was younger, a cute Latina with a bubble, and that's all she needed to be. Shout out to you, Diddy, right? Shout out to you, Keenan Wayans, excuse me. All J Lo had to do was be a cute Latina with a bubble, and them Negroes and Latinos put her ass on their shoulders and got her to where, well, she ended up with a white man twice. Huh? J Lo is not no goddamn Mariah Carey. Huh? She definitely ain't no Whitney. She's a marginal talent at best. Cute Latina, and even her acting is meh. Huh? Z, what about her and Selena? Meh. She's a cute Latina with a bubble. There you go. And now she older. Y'all see her without the makeup. She looking like grandma them. She looking like somebody abuela. Cute abuela, but still. Huh? Calvin says she's not even pink. Not pink. She's not even pink. Well, Pink is actually talented. She just had to do the R&B thing when she first got in, right? Better you said she's not even Shakira. Shakira is actually talented and cute. Right? Shakira is actually talented. Right? Man. But yeah, we already know. Like, and I would like to look that up myself. Whether a lot of black women's first marriages are to white men. I'm saying whether black women's first marriages, many of them, or what chunk of them first marriages to a white man is actually his second marriage. Right? Pastor OG says she's neck and neck with Britney Spears, but at least Britney Spears had more hits though, and a bigger impact. It's a tragedy that Britney Spears, like Christina Aguilera, is by far more talented than Britney Spears. But I would argue Britney Spears might be more known. I don't even think it's an argument. When Christina Aguilera was actually really talented, though. As a matter of fact, arguably out of all those Disney kids, Christina, who else? Who else came out of that Disney camp? I'm forgetting a couple of names, but out of those big ones, Justin, Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, Christina Aguilera. I'm missing like a couple of other names. Christina Aguilera was but she was. I'm sorry, Justin. Christina Aguilera was more talented than Justin Timberlake. Also, that's not even close, right? Right. And Christina Aguilera was tiny compared to them. I mean, like literally physically. Justin Timberlake with his bum ass talking about I'm bringing sexy back. Prince to decked his ass right in the mouth. I'm not advocating for violence on my channel. That's why Prince said, "Who's bringing sexy back? You?" Right? Bringing sexy back while Prince was alive. If you don't shut the hell up, fucking corny lameoid. The only reason you had a second act is exactly for what y'all are saying right here, Saints here. The Neptunes and Timberland skyrocketed his career. That's the only reason you had a second act. It's because you had black producers. Yawn. And that goddamn corny ass suit and tie song with Jay-Z and Justin Timberlake. I hated that song. I still hate that song. It was so. I don't even know why this song even made it on the radio. It was so corny. Shout out to you, Jay. I see you. Corny ass song, and they kept on playing it on the radio over and over again, torturing Z. Right? Corny ass song. Jesus Christ, that song was so. If that isn't epitome white suburban chill music, elevator music, that song was a goddamn elevator song. Corny, lame, uninspiring. Sorry, Jay-Z. I'm sorry, but it's true. Corny ass crap. That's the type of music, like no name music that you hear in Target. Well, back in the day, you would hear in some department store. That's the type of music like they would play in like video games back in the day when they had like they paid some generic artists, some no name artists to put music on some goddamn video game. That was what Suit and Tie was. Corny ass song. That song was corny. I'm sorry to all the people I'm offending right now. God damn, Z, you not passionate about that song? God, I hated that song. God, that song corny. You want to talk about corny, corny. And here's the kicker. This is when Z was actually wearing suits and ties and blazers. And I liked it. This is not even like a bad time for Z. It's not even like I hated the song because I was forced to wear. No, I actually liked dressing that way. But I hated that song because it was so corny. Right? Thank you. Better you said loading screen music, bruh. Corny ass song. God, I hated that song. Now I get to vent about the goddamn song. Jesus Christ. And the fact that everybody let Timberland slide with the Janet Jackson Tiggo Bitties debacle, which he and his half-ass apology years later. Dude been escaping responsibility for the longest when it came to him and Britney Spears, when it came to him and Janet Jackson. Y'all let the white boy escape with all type of foolishness. Lame ass. Suit and tie. Man, if you don't get your lame ass bringing sexy back while Prince is alive, and Michael, by the way. What? Huh? You bringing sexy back, man? This is wasn't this before the whole R. Kelly debacle? You bringing sexy back before R. Kelly gets imprisoned? While Prince and Michael are alive? And man, if you don't shut the entire hell up, Negro, you're not even better than I said Negro. Man, you're not even better than goddamn John B. Not even close, quite frankly. If you don't sit the entire hell down, somebody should have told Justin, man, if you don't shut the hell up, you're not even better than John B, player. Huh? Bringing sexy back, and R. Kelly's not imprisoned yet. Bringing sexy back, and John B is still alive. Prince was still alive. Michael was still alive. You talking about bringing sexy back, man? If you don't shut the entire hell up, I think Michael was still alive. You bringing sexy back, and Tyrese is still making music. Joe is still out here. Aaron Hall is still out here. Man, if you don't shut the hell up, Cisco and Drew Hill are still out here. Boyz II Men is still out here. You bringing sexy back, man? Corny ass. It don't even sound right when he said it in a goddamn song. Huh? Jagged Edge is still out here, bro. H-Town was still out here. Rest in peace to what's his name that passed. Bringing sexy, man. If you don't shut the entire hell up, you bringing sexy back, but Jodeci is still out here. Okay, yeah, that's it. Genuine is still out here, but you bringing sexy back. Okay. And the fact that the industry let him get away with saying that, he ain't get decked in the goddamn mouth. I mean, figuratively, I'm not saying that Mr. Z, once again, is not advocating for violence on his channel. Thank you. Rest in peace, Dino. Thank you, Vince. Right. Right. Machiavelli is still out here. Rome is still out here. All the one-hit wonders are still out here. Justin Timberlake talking about I'm bringing sexy back. Corny. If you don't get your corny, lame ass off my goddamn screen. Now I'm just adding salt to it, y'all. I'm not even that angry about it, but it's still annoying that the industry let Justin Timberlake say that he did get laughed out the room. Bringing sexy back. Which one? What? Right? And Afro National says, I blame the OG swirlers, right? The OG swirlers that were in love with NSYNC and Justin Timberlake in specific, that let him slide with thinking that he's bringing sexy back with his bum ass. The fact that y'all let him make that song after the Janet debacle, the halftime debacle, the fact that he could break that song, the fact that Justin Timberlake went unscathed, he just fell into the background looking like Homer Simpson and disappearing into the hedge, and then excuse me, Janet had to eat all of that by herself. Man, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Not on Z's watch. Not on y'all better be lucky Z wasn't goddamn Michael Jackson at the time. Y'all better be lucky. Y'all better be lucky, because it would have been war for me. I would have been playing right at Justin. Y'all not gonna say nothing to the white boy? Kevin Miller said Z forgot about the topic. In a weird way, we still on the topic. Janet and Justin planned that, and Janet got in trouble and Justin didn't. Does that not sound like swirling to you? Right? That sounds pretty goddamn divested to me. The black woman eat all the consequences and the white man gets to skate. Yeah, that sounds about right. Huh? But let black women tell it. The white man knows what it is to be a man and protect. Does it look like Justin protected Janet at all? Boy, that man was quieter than a church mouse. He ain't saying nothing. He waited until years later, damn near a decade later, to be like, okay, you know what? It was kind of unfair that she had to eat all of that by herself. Yeah, that's real protection, ain't it? That's what protection looked like. Insane. And there's a number of these type of stories. We brought it up before when Tariq Nasheed covered it years and years ago. Black woman, excuse me, that was she was one of kind of the extras, kind of in the background of Django, doing some strange things with her white boyfriend in LA, somewhere around LA. Cops came and arrested her ass, left the boyfriend completely alone. Both of them are engaging in what they're engaging in the car, not beat up old ass Benz. Right? Cops arrested her with her fake white voice, fake ass vocal fry, fake Valley Girl voice. I'm gonna call my daddy. Is it because I'm black? Shut your dumb ass up. You know exactly why it is, lady. They said nothing to the white man, but they're arresting you. Shut your dumb ass up. She waited till the last minute to say, it's because I'm black. She tried to run through all the other things. When did we do wrong? What did I do wrong? Shut up. Finally, she says, I'm going to call my dad. Is it because I'm black? I want you to understand, white men are just as disgusted by your fake ass Valley Girl voices as black men are. We know why you're using that voice. You're trying to portray class. You're trying to portray whiteness, white womanness. Better yet, white women of a certain status, nobody believes you. Here's the kicker. Even if you occupy the actual status of that particular type of black woman, still nobody believes you, and even worse, nobody cares. Huh? Man. That happens to black women all the time, man. They take L's in front of their white boyfriend all the time with their white, because they think that white man is a passport through white life. In white society, like to check them and be like, yo, I will beat his ass and your ass. What? What? When did white men ever care about an individual white man and his black spouse? Black man or black woman? Ooh, Z, goddamn. Y'all remember the story of the black man who got, and that's so sad. Beat to damn near death in front of his white homeboy and all the white friends. The white friends are actually telling the cop to stop, don't do this, and the cop is beating his ass in front of the white friends and daring the white friends to do something about it. Huh? That don't mean nothing to white power. You know how they. Hold on to your hats, dear whoever y'all are. White power look at those white people like, I'm gonna beat your pet. It doesn't matter. You can't do nothing about it. Cute. You got a little black pet. How do y'all not see this? I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm saying what is. Thank you, Els Active. Teflon Timberlake. Even right now, isn't he? Aren't they bringing up different things about him right now? Them things ain't even sticking. Right? Pause. Aren't they talking about him and his kind of treacherous ways right now? I've been seeing a couple of thumbnails about different coverage of him. I haven't really been investigating. Man, that thing's already out the news. I saw that a couple of weeks ago. Them things already out the news. Timberlake in his shady ass ways, man. That thing lasted all of 2-3 days. Already gone. Huh? Suit and tie. That thing was corny as hell. And finally, I'll read this in Roosh. Brother, you got to tell me how to pronounce your name. And Roosh Beggy says, I love how they use preference, quote unquote, preference to hide their self-hatred, but try to shame us when we date out with you must not love your mother or grandmother. You know, that saying of not loving your mother or your grandmother coming from black women is interesting because those oftentimes are the women who have daddy issues. That's number one. But let's actually go to that actual statement. Think of telling a man, a black man, who's doing okay in life, maybe better than okay, that he should end up with a black woman regardless, and that because he is dating or is married to a non-black woman, it's an automatic sign of self-hatred and definitely hatred of his black mother, black grandmother, black aunts. You know, we hear black women actually say that. We don't necessarily hear black men say that as often. We actually hear black women who say, yes, I went and dated out. See, Mr. Z says something like this about sometimes the brothers dating out. But black women themselves are saying it. I'm dating out because when I was 8 years old, I'm dating out because when I was 16 years old, I'm dating out because y'all didn't bring me to prom. Black women are saying that. Huh? Now, let's say that is true. Let's go into it. Black men are dating out because they're traumatized by their black mothers, their black aunts, their black grandmothers, their black sisters, their black girl cousins. Let's say that is true. And the black girls in elementary school and in middle school and in high school, right? And in college, the black young women, y'all all have a chance to change this black young man's mind. Y'all have damn near 20 years, 20 plus years to change his mind so that he could see that it's only the women in his family. It ain't no really, this is the women in his family. There's something maybe going on in the family where the family is moving and sounding like this. The women in the family. And the black girls and the black women who are the second group of women that he comes into contact with don't disprove him. Don't disprove what he's feeling and thinking about black girls and women because of the black girls and women in his family. So even when y'all are right, let's say those black women are right, right? That he feels a certain way about his black mother and black grandma and black girl cousins and black sisters. They weren't exactly the nicest people. You black girls and black women, you black teachers and you black students, girls and women, Y'all have a chance to change his mind for him to say, you know what, those were just the black women and girls in my family. And how good of a job are y'all doing at that? Uh-oh. Right? How good of a job are y'all doing at that? Huh? So to what you're saying, Roosh or Rush, I don't know if I should say the Rush or Roosh. I guess Roosh would be maybe ROO SHI. Well, SH. I guess it's Rush. It's Rush, right? Let's say they are to okay, fine. He hate his mama and his grandmama. Fine. What did the black women and girls that he came into contact with after being around his black mama and black grandmama, what did they do to change his quote unquote hatred of black women? How did they act? Did they solidify why he should have an issue with black women, or did they go out of their way to disprove why he should have an issue with black women? Uh-oh. Thank you, Saint Cyr. They did nothing to change that perspective. Huh? Saint Cyr says they want you to have this Oedipus complex. Not Oedipus. Were we supposed to be murking our dads now to be with our mamas? Huh? Huh? And Mr. Shook to you says, you must hate your mama is used just as much as calling everyone colorist and racist. It completely lost its steam and impact in this day and age. Yeah, because black women overused it, especially on colleges and universities and these spaces with these conservative ass white boys. And these conservative ass white boys got themselves into local politics, state politics, and fed. And they said, yeah, we're going to repeal all of these things that allow for black people to be in our spaces, namely black women. Huh? Any one of y'all ever seen the clip where a black girl, and this is forever old, black girl rushes the white boy with dreads on a college campus and tell him how he shouldn't be wearing dreads? Yeah, y'all did that to too many damn white dudes. And then they got themselves in positions of power and they say, I got something for your ass. Huh? Y'all don't even realize how to finesse this. Y'all didn't appreciate it. Oh, let me read this one now. And Inspired Truth's broadcast says, thanks, suit and tie was so corny, bro. Wasn't it? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and thank you for the super chat, Inspired Truth broadcast. Wasn't it? God damn that. I thought it was just me. And thank God there's a couple of other people that think the same. And no offense to all of you that don't think the same. And y'all like, Z, you taking it too far. But I didn't like the instrumental on that song. It was, and remember, this, Mr. Z was working at a law office. Y'all know Mr. Z used to be a dandy. I was dressing nice. I loved dressing in dress clothes. Had a million different type of dress shoes. Had a dozen different type of colognes. How many different skinny ties? I can't count how many button ups I had. Oh my God, I can't count. I can't count how many dress pants and slacks I had. I know I had at least a good in rotation at one point. I had to have had near 2 dozen blazers and sports coats. It had to be that close. It may not have touched 2 dozen, but it was close. But I can't count how many buttons up. That easily was more than 3 dozen. Easy, easy. And we're not gonna count polos, right? Easy. So I was dressing up, but that suit and tie song was just so goddamn corny, right? You would have thought I liked the song because dressing nice, had the whole get up, had the satchel and all. The fake glasses, yes, Mr. Z was rocking fake glasses. Had how many different pairs of fake glasses? No, I didn't wear them every day. right? Different tie clips, different watches. Shout out to Aldo. I wasn't gonna spend that much money on goddamn watches, right? And seriously, the classic man. I didn't like Jade though. That was another song I was like, meh. Z, wait a minute. How you looking the part and dressing the part, but you don't like the songs that's talking the part? That whole classic man Jade song, I was like, meh. I didn't hate it the way I hated. I'm not gonna lie, I hated that goddamn suit and tie song. Jesus Christ, I hated that song. The Jade classic man, meh, it was whatever, right? And remember, this also is coinciding with that kind of business casual club thing, because black people in urban wear, somehow, some reason, we gotta walk in the club and start, spraying the goddamn club if you let us wear certain clothes. So I guess the business casuals to keep us from fighting in the club, and then stop nothing. Right? So this is around the same business casual era of clubs. So you had the business casual, you had suit and tie, you had Jade classic man, you had a number of these type of songs. Shout out to Kanye, shout out to a number of these type of songs, and it was just like, man, elevated music songs. Mr. Z is saying that while being a fan of Currency. I know. I'm not even saying I have an issue with like the kind of mellow instrumentals, the melodic songs. I'm not even saying that. Right? OG Passport OG says, yeah, the Pitbull era, right? Lion says, just saw the commercial for the eHarmony dating app. The couple was white man, black women. Bro, there it's I in a weird way, I actually feel sad. And I'm not saying that to patronize black women. This is not to insult them or even to put them in a childlike state, to infantilize them. It is sad that they're being hit with so much swirler content online and so much swirler like mainstream media stuff when this is really not a thing. 0.5% of white men are married to black women. That number is not going to jump up. It's not going to skyrocket. We're not going to wake up in 10, 15 years and it's going to be 2-3% of white men married to black women. That's not going to happen, especially with the lowering marriage rate. So all of this stuff is really for international audience. All of this stuff is to make it seem like, and especially if you buy into like black women, if you buy into intersectionality, where black women are the absolute bottom of our society and white men are the absolute top. So when white men and black women get together, this is supposed to symbolize that America is getting over its racist past. If you could see the bottom of the bottom black women with the top of the top, there's some pun in there, white man. And it's like, that's not a thing though. That's not actually what's going on. Right? And I feel sad for black women because so many of them, and actually I've read this comment and seen it with my own two eyes a couple of times. Different black women kind of saying, well, look, even the media is even portraying this, like, and they're saying that to say like it's even becoming more acceptable. Like white men are okay with marrying us. Uh, in theory, black women. I feel sad for them because a number of them are coming out here thinking that eventually the white dude they giving them cheeks to is eventually gonna propose, and that's just not a thing like that, right? Prodigy says Currency is dope. Currency is my favorite rapper. I've heard every single mixtape. Right? I don't own every single mixtape, but I've definitely or every song from every single mixtape, but I've heard every single mixtape, every single. Right? And once again, Rush, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, and I kind of feel sad for black women with that. right? Especially as the group of people who are the least married and definitely the least interracially married. And this society keep on filling their heads up with this interracial mixed swirler thing that's a mind freak. That's a mind freak. And the advertisers know black women want to be accepted. Like, it's different having a black female employee. It's different y'all doing little sexy time after work before you go home to your white wife. It's a whole different conversation to actually marry a black woman as a white man. More importantly, as a successful, important white man. It's a whole different story to marry her and to present her as your wife and to have mixed children and to be part of her life. That's a whole different conversation. And y'all are selling that to black women, that they're truly American because she's getting white slong in her life and she has a white man's last name. But that's not actually happening in any significant number in America. And so y'all are, quite frankly, mentally destroying them because y'all are selling them on some type of acceptance that's not actually happening, excuse me. Exactly, Vince. This is what I'm speaking to. And Vince says the need to belong is compelling. By the way, this is tying to the topic, even though this man wasn't a white man, but this is tying to the topic. And that's a great statement. That's exactly what it is, Vince. The need to belong is compelling. And they're selling these commercials, the Swiffer commercial, the Nissan commercial, the Hyundai commercial. As Lion said, the eHarmony commercial. They're selling this, black women are included now. And then look, we have white men and black women in relationship. You saw it with Blackish. Shout out to Tika Sumter. Oh, fine, dark ass. Don't matter. White husband. State Farm too. St. Seriously State Farm. Y'all selling black women on this, and in no way in America are white men marrying black women in any significant number. But y'all overrepresenting this in media. What is that doing to the minds of black women? Huh? Wow. And Lion says this goes back to what white supremacy telling black I think you want to say black Uru about black Uru. Okay, I don't get that. I'm a little lost. The typos just killed me. About the perception of black women and white men, those marriage numbers are low for a reason. Right? And yeah, this is all begging white men. And Inspired Truth says pasta and lobster, black wife effect, black girlfriend effect, side piece effect, hysterical. No, but all of those things are black women trying to tell white men what they could do for them. And the masses of white men don't even know about these trends. Before we even get into anything, the masses of white men don't even know about these goddamn social media trends. They're not even occupying the same spaces. What's his name? DeMarco with DeFranco, whatever the hell that white dude is. The women that are excuse me, the white men that are watching him, that are watching PewDiePie, that are watching the Paul brothers. They don't know nothing about no goddamn black wife effect. And the pasta and lobster trade, they don't know nothing. They don't care, right? Those white guys do not care nothing about that, huh? Swirling and divesting. As long as these things have been a trend on social media, your average white man, even your average young white man under the age of 30, don't know. If we talked to him about swirling, he gonna. What are you talking about? Paint swirling? Ice cream? What are you talking about? These are trends to advertise to white men, but the masses of white men don't even know what that is. And these are trends to speak to black women about how better they are than black men and how they're more accepted than black men. They're not. If y'all want to throw up, y'all really want to go there, Do y'all really, black women, y'all really don't want to know what white men are on or what white men would rather be on? Ugh. I just gave you a hint. Leave it there. Huh? And then white society, no, bro, they're all over social media. They're all, these white people are trying to, they're finding ways to come up with advertiser and movie and book and television scripts without actually having to be creative. So they're all over social media looking at the new trends, looking at the themes. You think they don't know about swirlers and divestors? They know. And they know it sells well to an international audience that, look, America's not as racist as it was in the 1960s. And look, the white men are marrying the black women. Right? Oh, and Lion says, I was mentioning the perception of black women to white men is the main reason white men are never going to marry black women in mass. That's what I say. That's what I was saying to Black Uru. Okay. And yeah, and I say this, I mean it when I say it. It's not about black women's weight. It's not about their education or lack thereof. It's not even about the whole ghetto persona. Listen, that don't got nothing to do with nothing, to be frank with you. White men simply don't want to marry black women. This is part of anti-blackness. Part of anti-blackness is that you might do something sexually with a black woman or two or three, but you don't marry them. This this don't have nothing to do with black women's education or any of that. Shout out to all the black women who keep on lying to themselves. This is because white men see how black men talk about black women, and that's why. No, they disrespect black women because they see black men disrespect black women. Huh? All these little weirdo excuses. No, black women, you're dealing with white men on planet Earth in the 20th, 21st century. You think they care about anything you're saying, black men are saying when it comes to you? What? Huh. And there you go. And Only Logical says correct. White men taking advantage of black women's low self-esteem, spreading diseases like that teenage black chick who cried over the white man in Target with herpes. Right? You talking about the one with the white frat, bro? It's a sad thing, but black women don't want to hear it. You don't see a zillion commercials and movies showing black men with white women because they don't got to sell that. They would rather it not happen. But as Bell Hooks said, black women take on women take on the status of their men, of their man. So if white men are willing to marry black women, that means that America is no longer racist and anti-black, and so America is selling this black women, white man thing, and that's not a thing. It's fascinating seeing how many white men are married to Asian women, but yet television shows you so many white men with black women. You don't see that many white men with Asian women on television, on movies. But yet you see so many black women with white men, and black women are not marrying, well, excuse me, vice versa. White men are not marrying black women in any significant number. That's insane. The overrepresentation of black women, white men relationships, even though it's far more likely that a white man is married to an Asian woman in America. Huh? Only logical says she said black men were jealous of her. The chick with the white fat bro. That's an interesting statement to make. That's a very to say that black men are jealous of you after the white frat bro played you. You're crying in the car about it, and you end your stream by saying, "I maybe it's because I hate myself so much. Oh, I wish I didn't hate myself so much." And even your own therapist spoke to you about that. One of your homegirls told you were embarrassing yourself as a black woman. These are your own words, and for you to say black men are jealous of you, see, you know, black women should know better. I'll say that. And Passport OG says white dudes be dogging out Asian chicks in Asia. Look, man, women of color really have to come to terms with their white male worship, right? Women of color really got to come to terms with their white man worship, their idea of what it means to be a man, a white man. Women of color around the planet, look, all right, white men been showing y'all they ass for a few centuries now. Y'all don't get it yet? All right. Mr. Shik to you said, okay. Mr. Shik, I'm trying not to say it. Some of y'all already know where Mr. Z is going to go with it. It's going to make some of y'all throw up. Dear black women, white men already showed you if they had to choose what they would choose. All right. I ain't trying to say it. It sounds real rainbow because it is real rainbow. Huh? Y'all better stop. Y'all get it. Y'all think y'all. Hey, man. Let me just say it this way. When Mr. Z didn't have facial hair and he was a skinnier dude, you will be surprised of the middle-aged white dudes who were trying to do something strange for some change. Retail store full of black women, and they flirting with the slim, bald black dude with no facial hair. Dear black women, y'all really don't want to have this conversation. Y'all really don't want to have this conversation. Huh? You not just come in last place to women or other women of color, obviously white women and other women of color when it comes to white men. You might be coming in last place to your own men, to black men. Now, your conservative white men will lie to you to your face and say, Mr. Z, they don't know what Mr. Z is saying. Some of your liberal white men might be honest. A couple of them might be a bit honest. Huh? You better stop. It's not smart, black women. It's not smart. And Lap SWAT 1 says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I didn't even realize we were about to hit 3 hours. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Says, what up, Z? I lived in Australia in the 90s. I knew medical personnel at the facility where I worked. The Aussies claiming the Aboriginal skulls were thicker and not human. Bro, y'all slaughtered an entire continent of people. Killed off whole ethnicities, shout out to the Tasmanians. And then turn around and still talk crap about them. Right? Saint Cyr says, keep cooking, Z. You get us through the workday. Right? That's the arrogance of white folks knows no bounds. But you know, if you live on a planet where the women don't care nothing about that, they just trying to find themselves under your testes, then I guess. If you live on a planet where you could go around just murking and stealing, and then a couple centuries later, the women of color that are still being victimized by your power turn around and say, you know what, I submit and I will succumb, pun intended, to your power. If the women of color around the planet said, I'll do it enthusiastically, then why not? Why not continue? If they find all type of weirdo excuses, shout out to Kidology, to explain why they're on the white peen chase, why not? Huh? Why not? Slaughtered an entire continent of Aboriginal people and still talking about them. Crazy. Wow. Insanity. But hey, the arrogance of white men knows no bounds, man. Then they're gonna turn around and tell you how they quote unquote civilize the world, right? The white man's burden. Well, the technology and all of our thinkers and inventors and philosophers. Yeah, what about the slaughter? Right? What about the mass genocide? Huh? Rocky says, Kidology is the biggest white worshiper. It's crazy. But Kidology to me is a super failed swirler divester. Right? You see the way she speaks, the way she comports herself. Them white folks around her don't care nothing about that. That's why she don't have one. And them brothers in the UK can't stand that crap. That's why she don't got one. That's why she over here with the same-sex loving thing. Typical black woman who thinks she's better than the black men around her, and the white men ain't going. So now she's same-sex loving, and you can't help who you love. Remember, she also admitted, when she came out, she also admitted she's going down the more difficult road because same-sex loving white women in the UK, which is all around the planet, same-sex loving women are even more selective than the men. In other words, white same-sex loving women are even more anti-black than white men are. Have fun over there. Right. Exactly. See, Only Logical already beat me to it. And Only Logical says she fails with white women and white men. Man. And that's all it is. Passport OG says side chick effect. That's funnier than it should be. I could hear Corey Holcomb saying something like that. I need to go to my side chick house so I can relieve my stress before I go home. That is definitely not so much a Patrice O'Neal line, right? Rest in peace. But that's definitely like a Corey or a D. Ray type of joke, right? So you have this darker skin South African by way of South African that now lives in the UK, was adopted, well-spoken, educated black woman who's earning some good YouTube money, has a loyal following, but can't get a man worth a damn or keep a man worth a damn. So now she's doing the same-sex loving thing while still speaking about why women of color are on the white peen chase. And John says, I foresee a reach back in her future. I do too. And one of them brothers will wife her up. You heard me. I said it. Could she end up with a white dude in the future? Possibly, but hey, that clock is ticking. If she end up with a white dude, it's gonna be that insane age gap. Huh? But I could see her reach back in her future and a black man will go. They'll go. She don't have any kids. Even in her advocation for swirlerism, she wasn't as abrasive. It wasn't as grating, so she could maybe slip it. I wasn't saying that we should. Right? Jake, that's hysterical. And Kevin Miller says, excuse me, and most people of color worshiping them despite what they've done. Hey, man, power is an aphrodisiac. Power is an aphrodisiac. In many respects, the women are turned on by that. Ooh, I wasn't supposed to say that. They turned on by that history. Huh? Now, because of the modern second wave, especially feminist world we live in, they can't say that out loud. But they low-key turned on by that. Y'all heard that Clubhouse clip? What a sister straight up said. I said, sister, this black woman straight up said that she's turned on when she see them white cops beat up a black man. You think she the only one? You think it's just a black woman thing? Now this I don't think is an all women of color thing. I don't think it's most. I'll be honest about that. Not when you go into the details, not when you go into the nitty gritty, especially for black women. I don't think most of them will admit that because I don't think they're really there with it. They're not all the way there with it. I'll give them that. But for a number of women of color, oh, you better believe it. They turned on by that. Right? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I actually watched the think piece she made, field piece she made about femcells, right? And Kevin Miller says she calls herself femcell. Yep. And once again, lap SWAT one. There we go. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. All right. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh. So yeah, no, I think all of this ties in together. Speaking about kidology right now and the main topic. And rest in peace to that young lady and to Haitian like Z married this frumpy looking Latino dude who deleted her. This is not even some good looking chisel chin Latino. This is not, well, I know Ricky Martin is LGBTQ, but this is not even some Ricky Martin looking Latino dude, right? This is not even some like, I don't know what other Latino dude these women be drooling over. But yeah, this is not even one of those. Frumpy looking. She looked way better than him. 30, 60. This dude looked all of 48 years old. You couldn't tell. If I would have saw a dude, there's no way I would have said this guy is anything under 45 years old. Ain't no way. Dude was 36. So once again, rest in peace to Miss Dulce. Right? Oh yeah, you heard Crystalline say that, and Prodigy says that's why these women hate when black men bring up history. You heard Crystalline say that once. We're not in the era of slavery anymore. There's a number of black women who have said that. Y'all trying to scare us, and even Chrissy said these are scare tactics. When the whole Kayla Nicole thing happened, and black men were bringing that up, like like Travis Kelce pretty much used her own doing, but hey. But yeah, no, they hate when you bring up the history because they want to do what they want to do anyway. It's understandable, right? Exactly. She's not even one of them Ricos, and we got a lot of the Rico Suave Latinos down here in South Florida. A lot. Cuban, Puerto Rican, Dominican descent, shirt buttoned down, 3, 4 buttons, fitted slacks, nice dress shoes, good color, chisel chin Latino dudes, Rico Suave. She could have ended up with one of those. Less likely to delete her just when he cheated on her and left her ass. But she ended up with the frumpy ass Latino dude. Exactly, Mr. Shit to you. Taco meat showing. Shout out to Tariq. I said Tariq. Goddamn, Tyrese. Why every time I want to say Tyrese, I say Tariq. Right? Yeah, the Antonio Banderas type. We got a bunch of man. We got so many of those in South Florida. She could have ended up with one of those. Listen, I said it before. Some Latino men, they okay. They are with black. In South Florida, there are a couple of Latino men. They got them their black wife. A couple of the ADOS. They got a couple of ADOS wife. A couple of Jamaican wives. Definitely a couple of Haitian wives. Some of them got that whole Antonio Bandera thing going. It's not a thing. I'm not saying it's a thing, but you see some of them in South Florida. They got their girlfriend. They got their wife. Black woman, cute chocolate. You see it. You see her. You like, I'd get it because she is cute. She is attractive. I'm not saying she could have went all the way up there with it because she could have, but she could have ended up with an okay looking Latino dude. We got a bunch of them in South Florida. She ended up with the frumpy dude. Dude look all of 10, 12 years older than he actually is. Right? And John says a white couple recently got caught with black child slaves. I'm not surprised, man. I don't put nothing past these people. Nothing. Wasn't there a story a couple months ago of them bringing a white couple? A white was it in that like mid Minnesota area? Somebody's gonna correct Z. A white couple brought in like an African family, and they damn near had the whole family enslaved. Wasn't there a story like that a couple months ago or a few months ago? Yeah, we got a bunch of those. And Mr. Shook to you, especially the Patrick Bet David identifying Cuban cats. Yeah, like the Patrick Bet, even though he's not Cuban, but like the like we got a bunch of Latinos that kind of look like him in South Florida. Now those Latinos are less likely to end up with a black woman, though. I ain't even gonna lie to you. If they got that deep voice like he does, and they got a kind of got the chisel chin, he might be cheating on his wife with a black woman. Definitely like a Haitian or Jamaican woman, but he ain't married a black woman. Like yeah. Once again, I'm not saying that Patrick Bet David is Latino. I'm saying we have a bunch of Latinos that look like him in South Florida, and those Latinos, yeah, they don't got a black wife. I ain't even gonna lie to you, right? And John said, I think that's the same story. Okay, okay, right. Exactly. And Jake says some of the these dudes really like black culture and by extension black women. Yeah, those exist. If y'all ever heard Mr. Z talk, I admit it. I say those dudes exist. They're just far and few between. The issue with black women is that there's not enough. Black women got to make it work with black men. They don't really got a choice. There's not enough of those guys. There's not enough. Okay, let's say Travis Kelce would have married Kayla Nicole. There's not enough. There's just simply not enough. Black women don't got a choice but to make it work with black men and by the way, come over here with a smile. Right? You better come over here with a smile and cooperation. Or just be out there. Be the pass around for non-black men, or go eat some vagina, or use your Rolls toy until it run out of batteries. Happy fracking. Right? Okay, Jay Moore. Okay, that's the one I think I know of. And Jay Moore says, no, a white family adopted African siblings and made them into slaves and locked them in the garage. I think that's the one I'm speaking about, right? Oh man, yeah. There's a number of the Ryan Garcias down here that have black girlfriends and racist as hell, just like him. Little, bro, you're a grown ass man still doing edge lord white boy stuff. 13 and 12-year-old edge lord white boy stuff, right? There's a number of Ryan Garcias in South Florida, and they got them some black girlfriends. They don't marry those girls, by the way. Okay, every once in a while, if she lucky, she baby trap him, but he's still leaving. He's still gonna go marry a Latina, but his eldest kid is mixed black. We got a number of those down here in South Florida too. The Ryan Garcias, right? Latino dudes that say racist or anti-black stuff, but then when you check them on it, hey, I ain't racist. My oldest kid is mixed black. My oldest kid is black. Yawn, huh? Anybody want to say Kid Rock but Latino? You got a number of those in South Florida. You have a number of Latinos, mestizo, white passing Latinos, black girlfriend, black baby mamas, Latina wife. Huh? This is the real world, people. This is the real world, not the fantasies, not the commercials, not television shows and movies. This is the real world. And in the real world, in America, definitely in South Florida, are white dudes and black and I was gonna say black dudes, white dudes and Latino dudes. I'm not so sure about South Asians and East Asians, but white dudes and Latino dudes that really find black women attractive, and a handful of them actually marry a black wife, and they might be cheating on her with another black woman. They really mess with black women like that. They mess with black culture. Some of them look hood as hell. Some of them look square as hell. These are regular people. These are people. But the masses of white dudes and Latino dudes, even the ones that find black women attractive, are married to women of their same demographic. And at best, at worst, he's cheating on his black. Excuse me. Well, he's cheating on his white wife with a black woman, or his Latina wife with a black woman. If you're lucky, dear black women, right? Huh? Yeah, there's a number of those. He was getting his practice in with black women, slipped up and had a kid. Yeah, there's a number of those. There's a number of those. I mean, don't it happen to us as black men? Oops. Huh? I mean, we have old female, quote unquote, black female civil rights leaders who said the same thing, and John says forever a side piece. That's one of their number one complaints is white dudes is having sex. That we have a number of them coming out in the 1970s and 1980s telling you white men are having sex with them, but they just refuse to marry them. That was one of Bell Hooks' comments. Who else said? There's a number of black women from that. Now they pretending, oh no, we're too loyal to black men. That's a recent thing. That's like a 1990s, 1990s, 2000s thing. Definitely on social media thing. A number of the black women coming out of the 1970s and 1980s, oh, they were way more honest. That the white they're out here with the white dudes. The white dudes are just not marrying them in any significant number. Huh? There's a number of them that are saying that, and they thought the end of the miscegenation laws and um, Loving versus Virginia. They, as BGS has said, They really thought that, hey, we're gonna open up the floodgates and white dudes will be able to marry black women, and if we allow for this to be legal, we take away the illegality of it all. That's not even a real word, but okay, we're going with it. We make it legal, then white men will marry black women, and then some white women will marry black men, and it didn't go the way they wanted. They thought white men were going to marry them in crazy numbers, and they never did. Right? And they never did. With 1967 onward, they never did. White men never. A handful of white men. What's the name of the former politic Cohen? Got him a light-skinned black wife. A handful of them did. Right? But nothing in any significant number. It was never going to happen. That's why I keep on saying, black women, you need to stop punching down on black men and go negotiate with white men. All of you that want to be swellers and divestors, all of you that want your daughters to be able to end up with non-black men, you think shoehorning them in these white men spaces is going to make white men marry them. It's not. White men are going to have sex with them. White boys are going to have sex with them. They're going to do the My Master Challenge with them. Oops. Huh? Those white men and those white boys will do My Master Challenge with black women and girls. Right? They'll smoke with black boys and black girls in high school and in college. They'll go clubbing and slumming. And then when they come of age, 26, 27, 28, y'all remember white boy Mike? Whatever happened to him? Oh, he married. Oh, he married who? He married a sister? No. Oh, he married a Becky. Oh, she even got no ass. Remember the sister he used to smash from down the street? Oh, crap, he married. Yep. Huh? Or Afro National said illegality is actually a word. Winning when you think you're losing. It's one of the best. Right? One of the best things to happen. Winning when you think you're losing. Huh? We've said it. Shout out to Shay Sade. Shay Sade said it. I said it. BGS said it. And Dut says a hard truth is that racism to black women is white men not dating and marrying them. I'm glad you came to that conclusion, Dut. We've been here. Welcome. Right? And for a number of black women, that's what really what anti-blackness is. It's non-black men now respecting the desirability of black women. White men in particular, but men in general, because black women throw us as black men in that boat also. White men in particular, but all men, right? Not respecting the desirability of black women. And when they say desirability, they mean they want the same treatment as upper middle class white women who are deemed attractive. They want really Margot Robbie's attractiveness. They want to be seen as her. They want Lizzo to be seen the way Margot Robbie is. And yes, I'm using Lizzo on purpose. Not Kelly Rowland, not Beyonce, no. Not Lupita, no. Right? Not Jodie Turner-Smith, no. Lizzo, Gabby Sidibe. Because if Lizzo and Gabby Sidibe are seen the way Margot Robbie is, then you imagine how Kelly Rowland would be seen? Huh? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. So you better believe it. As Dutch said, a hard truth is that racism to black women is white men not dating and marrying them. Even Jason Black slipped up in one of his recent, I want to say what it was, maybe like 2 weeks ago in his stream, he like made this blink and you'll miss it comment that said it's not black women not choosing white men, it's not white men ain't going. Or he said something, he was like, it's not from a lack of trying. What he was saying was like black women trying to end up with white men. Even Jason Black, like it was a blink and you'll miss it comment. Passport OG said Kelly Rowland fine as a bro, isn't she? And no, Mr. Z is not saying that because of Kevin Samuels. I've been saying Kelly Rowland was the prettiest one since Destiny's Child. I've been saying that since 299, 2000, 99 and 2000, like 2000 ish when she used to rock the short haircut. I've been saying it since then. Only logical says Latoya was. I thought she was second. I thought she was second. Right. I never really. I always respected the beauty of Beyonce, but I didn't think she was the prettiest. I never thought she was ugly. Right. And John says Kelly is a big swirl. I figure as much. Right. I'm gonna say it. Every time I see a darker skinned black woman, I automatically think if a white man approach her, she going. I gotta be proven otherwise. Every time I look at a darker skinned black woman, I'm like, yeah, her complex. Yeah, she could claim all that loyalty. I'm almost certain if a white man approach, she going. So I'm not ever surprised anymore. At one point, yes, years and years and years and years and years ago, but yeah, nah, right? Only logical. I'm waiting for that to end. He might mess around and marry her though, right? And only logical says, Lupita was a pump and dump for Jodie Turner Smith, white ex. Wait, he already broke up with her? They already broke. Hey, no, only logical. Stop playing. They already. What is that? That was really a hit and run. Don't tell me he already broke up with. Oh, or better yet, because to save face, she already broke up with him. Don't tell me they already broke up. Joshua Jackson and Lupita. That is crazy. If they already broke up. Oh hell no. Right. Wow. Wow. Only logical said he got a new woman from black woman from Germany. Video coming. Wow. Y'all don't let Joshua Jackson just touch a bit of the chocolate. He said, oh, this is what y'all on. Y'all do anything for me as a white man. Okay. Noted. Wow. And Dut says, I can't look at Lupita the same anymore. And so when she first started dating Joshua Jackson, who was I watching that tried to put out a damage control video? Like, she just got hurt from the African man, and so she just might be having fun right now. And because they already knew where it was going. They already knew Joshua Jackson wasn't staying. So they tried to put. I think it was Chrissy. It could have been somebody else though. I want to say it might have been somebody else, but it could have been Chrissy. I don't remember. But I remember thinking to myself, oh, I see what you doing. You putting out the damage control video early because he ain't staying. Right? He not staying. Huh? And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Huh. Low key darkness says, and we're back. And low key darkness says, damn, he already traded in for a new vehicle? Bro. Wow. And L's active says, has anyone ever witnessed a black woman reject a white man in real life? Ooh, you asking real questions, Els. That's a real question. That is a real question. So I've had this conversation with a coworker of mine, and I said to him, I was like, look, man, black women could wax poetic about loyalty and how much they love black men and black men's look and all of that. I said, I don't believe none of that until you see her turn down a good looking white man, pretty much a lottery ticket. None of that count to me until she turned down the lottery ticket. When she think nobody watching, none of that count. I don't want to hear none of that loyalty to. I know what country we live in. I know what society we live in. I know what white propaganda is to the minds of women of color, namely black women. I know black women and other women of color and how they see white men as a walking ATM machine and lottery and a way out the hood or the struggle or any of that. So I agree with you, Els Active. None of that count to me until you see that, right? Because none of it count until it's that. And Mr. Shook to you says, I need to see a white man, black woman dynamic on the balloon popping show. Man, dude, ain't no balloons gonna pop unless he like one of the most like shaggy looking, frumpy looking white dudes, and then even then maybe a balloon or two might not pop. But if he's average to above average looking and he has any type of career with the damn, oh no, they ain't no balloons popping. Right? We know what society we live in. And dear black men, do not ever listen to Z and think this is a slight on you. This is not about what you or other black men have done or accomplished. This is simply how women of color, namely black women, see themselves in relation to white men and white women. And quite frankly, whiteness. This is not about you. You getting where you could fit in. The black women that rock with you and that's really about black men, they'll find you. They will find you. The non-black women that rock with black men and want a black men, they'll find you, right? But for all the others, this is what they're on. They're on the white chase, the white peen chase. And I think I saw this, and John said it did happen on another pop balloon pop show. It went just how you think. Yeah, I saw it. Dude, kind of, but he had Wigger vibes a lot, right? Man, so we already know. And I appreciate it. Look, women of color are showing their ass. They letting you know what it is. Accept it for, especially in the environment we're living in. People are feeling the struggle, man. Financially, people are feeling this. That includes black women, that's Latina women, even Asian women. Everybody's feeling this. The higher up you are, maybe the less likely, obviously. But people are Latinas, black women, they feeling this. And for them, the biggest lottery ticket is a white man. The biggest lottery ticket is a white man. That's why we talk about vetting women. Check now, and part of vetting her is checking her social media, right? Part of vetting her is checking her social media. Who is she subscribed to? Who is she listening to? Who does she know? Right? Is she listening to or subscribed to Yanny, Chrissy, Kim Foster? Right? Does she understand? I kind of understand where Ebony K. Williams is coming from. Huh? God forbid. If you have a conversation with, I don't understand why Cynthia G was kicked off of YouTube. Huh? So who are you talking to? So, you know, I just want to get back to this. To Z, this is tragic. It's another black woman deleted by a non-black man. You know, we hear black women speak of black men's jealousy of their success, right? Black men's jealousy of them and their status and their success and how well they're doing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We hear black women speak about this ad nauseum, right? Exactly, Passport G. If she's saying Shira 7 be spitting, you run the opposite direction. Huh? Better use says, there's a pop the balloon for my city, and I am so ashamed, shaking my head. The ratchetivity, hysterical, right? Damn, I lost my train of thought, y'all. But oh yeah, how tragic this is. Black woman, Haitian descent, deleted, right? We hear black women speak about how jealous black men are of them and of their success and how black men can't handle it and how intimidated black men are. And here you have a black woman deleted by her frumpy, old looking Latino husband who was beneath her. Deleted and her body thrown in some goddamn bushes in some woods, right? Huh. And Sean says, talk to enough black women and you'll find out they all at least went on a date with a white man. I think a number have. I think a lot of black men struggle with the idea that black women may see you oftentimes the way you think white women see you, and the way white women legitimately may see you, where you are the fun time guy, you are the big D and swag, you are let's turn up, let's get live, you are a vibe. But marriage seriousness is for white men. Almost any non-black man, but definitely white men. And I think a lot of black men struggle to believe that white propaganda works on black women also. That yeah, the white woman sees you as a fun time, the Latina sees you as a fun time, not a long time, right? And a number of black women see you the same. Once again, a fun time, not a long time, right? Especially as marriage become more and more of a class institution, like an elite class institution. Well, we already know the money is really with some Asians, Southeast Asians, and definitely white folks. And if black women want to get married and not divorced, even though women are the ones who file for like 70 to 80% of divorces, huh? If she's not paying attention to white men don't really marry black women like that, then of course she's gonna want to marry white. And white marrying white validates her beauty and her status in this society. A white man chose me, right? And Lion says, I'm fine, but don't get mad when non-black men treat you the same way. I agree. I agree. But black women are not going to be able to help it. Feelings and all. Never mind the way these women speak about black men, right? But we already know, right? We already know. Sad state of affairs. So, once again, thank you to Only Logical for this. Um, it's pretty sad, right? And all of these stories are sad. I don't dance on these women's graves. This is sad. We don't necessarily know where her headspace was, but growing up in the Haitian community, I'm telling you, a number of Haitian women really think any non-black man will do. Not all, but a number of them do, right? I seen the young lady. She could have definitely did better than him. That's for sure. Well, and stories like this are tragic. And you're gonna see. I suspect you're gonna see an increase in this. These white dudes just deleting black women. Non-black men just deleting black women, breaking up with them on through text, through social media, piping them and acting like they don't know them. Right? Huh. Wow. And Afro National says it's so many of these stories too. Yeah, man. Yep. And you got to keep on hearing of them. As I said before, dear black women, you quote unquote opening up your options also means opening up yourself to whatever these men do to women in their respective ethnicities, race, culture is the same thing they're going to do to you when you go over there. Arguably worse. The same way they talk to their women, the same rules that their women have to adhere to is the same thing you're going to have to adhere to. That's it. Right? And exactly, and Lon said, sad as hell, missing for days too, spending that time just looking for her. And I think one of the sisters said it too, or one of the relatives or friends said we were looking for her and we were hoping, and that broke Z's heart. The hope against all hope. When you know it ain't what you hope, but you still hoping, you like, please God, please, 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 even if it's a 0.1% chance, please let us find this, or this happens in my life, or that happens. And you praying and you hoping and you praying and hoping and wishing, hoping against all hope. And that's what the family was on. And then you hit with the bad news, that thing broke the family, right? And so for that reason alone, Mr. Z is not, and I promise myself, and I promise all of you as subscribers, no matter what happened, I will never celebrate one of these deaths. I don't care how Nazi, like, if something happened to Cynthia G, if she ended up with a white dude, I wouldn't even celebrate that. Those people could be monsters. The Cynthia G's and the Chrissies, all of these people could celebrate the death of Kevin and they could post it. I seen that shirt, right? They could do that. Mr. Z is not going to lose his humanity because weirdos online celebrate other people's death, especially a death like this at the hands of somebody else who was being a monster. Huh? We're not going to urinate. I guess men don't twerk. Well, heterosexual men don't twerk. We're not going to two-step on these people's graves. That's not what we're going to do. That's some weirdo stuff for real. Where's the car? Exactly what GC said. That shirt was some weirdo stuff. Yeah, we're not gonna do that, right? Huh? And Faber says, Z, is this live gonna stay up? I'm working, so I'm in and out, but want to hear the playback when I get off. No, I'm keeping it up. I don't delete lives. If y'all ever see Z delete a live, it's because some troll came up here and maybe tried to put up some corn while I put him on the panel, or um I got a strike from YouTube and I got to delete the thing or whatever, something like that. But I don't delete pre-records or lives. I done said some wild stuff a couple of times. Um, yeah, verbally got caught with my pants down. Right, like yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't delete lives. If I have to apologize for something, I'll apologize. But I don't delete lives in pre-records. It got to be something real serious, or like I said, YouTube sent me something, or somebody struck the channel, or I got to delete it because some it violates some YouTube guidelines or something like that, right? Yeah. Hysterical. And Leon says, Z, did you delete that one vacation and white women live? We said some wild stuff that stream. Nah. Nope. What vacation and white woman live? What are you talking? Because I'm thinking you was talking about that one where we were doing the thought experiment, pun intended, thought experiment about um having a cruise, a Mandingo cruise, essentially. Jake says, Z, are you going to talk about the James and Fuhad situation? I think Ed. I think Ed might have the best take on what it was. One line Ed said, and I think that alone said everything anyone needed to say. And I'm gonna paraphrase. I'm not gonna say it as well as he did. If I remember correctly, Ed was pretty much saying black women are using this situation as a roll call, right? Like a black women ass kissing roll call, right? They try to use this situation that if you don't say what they want you to say, then you're a sellout and you hate black women. So they're essentially saying if you're not getting on Fuad and James, um, then you don't care about black women and you hate the black community, you hate black women, et cetera, et cetera. So they're using it as a roll call, as an black women ass kissing roll call. And when Ed said that, I was like, I don't really have anything to contribute. That pretty much sums up how I felt also, and how I thought and felt about the situation, right? It was not that egregious, including what they said about women in Atlanta. It was not that egregious, but the way black women are taking it and running with it, they're doing too much and not letting me know that that's because it's not really what they said and what they did, or even laughing at Andrew Schultz jokes or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that, including what Ryan, whatever the former sports star said, right? F what they talking about, man. Shout out to you extras, bro. We're not kissing black women's ass, bro. That's what y'all are on, and that's exactly what that's exactly why young black men are not responding the way y'all want them to. Because we tired of Negroes like y'all with this black women ass kissing stuff and then demanding that we do the same. F no. Huh? The Steve Harveys, the DL Hugleys, what's the name of the brother from that damn sports show? That's exactly why your young men are they're not doing the black women ass kissing thing. Y'all go for the roll call. We're not going for the roll call. And sometimes it's out of spite. And I said it. Don't worry. Y'all heard Z say it. Mark my words. Your sons are gonna marry outside the race more and more and more every generation. Check those. Check the statistics. Check those numbers every 10 years, every decade. Huh? Yeah, I saw it, Rocky. I saw it. I don't put. I don't look. I haven't been rocking with Michael Eric Dyson since the fallout with Cornell West. I haven't been rocking with Michael Eric Dyson since. I still listen occasionally here and there, but ever since the fallout with Cornell West and the fact that you chose Obama over your mentor, I was done. And Rocky says, "Oh snap! Did you hear about Michael Eric Dyson getting aired out by U.S. Representative from South Carolina, Mr. Z?" Yeah, I saw. While she was purposely mispronouncing Kamala's name. Yeah, I saw. Oh, Kamala name. You chose Barack Obama over your own mentor. And I'm not saying that Cornell West is infallible. But once I saw you chose a politician, white man cosplaying as black, a politician over your mentor. And by the way, Cornell was right at the end of the day. Uh-oh. Everything Cornell West said that Barack Obama was going to be and who he is, he was right. But you chose Barack, and you and Melissa Harris Perry act as attack dogs for Barack Obama, and you chose Barack over your own mentor. I was done with Michael Eric Dyson after that. Hell no. Right? Huh. But going back to the Fuhan and James thing, I think Ed said it the best. I don't really think I think I'm going to keep on repeating that also. Shout out to Edward Anderson. And for those of you who need to kind of say it in the shortest way on why you may not be overly critical of them, I think that's the best way to say it. Obviously, you could maybe rephrase it a bit. But I think when Ed said that, I think that was the best way to say it. Black women are using this as some type of roll call, some black women ass kiss roll call. What's his name? Ryan. What is the name of the brother that from that does the sports show? The one that was pretty much getting on them. And let me tell you about black women. No, man. Look, man. Every time y'all try to use one of these to kick young black men in the ass with, why aren't you worshiping Earth Mother Goddess black women? Dr. Umar Johnson, the brother, I'm trying to remember his name, Ryan something. I'm telling you, as a person who I got a number of Gen Z black men that listen to me, definitely younger millennials, they're not going. They're not. Ryan Clark, thank you. Ryan Clark. That's what I'm talking about, GC. Yes. And FBA, yes. Ryan Clark. They're not going. Tell your daughters to end up with the white boy, the Latino. They're not going. 25% of newlywed black men are married outside the race. 25%. I'm telling you right now, that number's gonna be a third in the next decade or so. I'm putting money on it. Definitely within the next decade and a half, it's gonna be a third. It's just gonna keep on rising. And that's for the black women that's for the black men that are getting married. We ain't even gonna talk about the ones who are in relationships with Latinas and white women and Asians who just not married. Huh? Huh? Y'all keep on trying to force these young men to kiss your mean, snarky, entitled daughters' asses. Your little fragile daughters who are chasing after white boys. They see a couple of brothers chuckle at a couple of jokes and they're not kissing our ass and they're letting the white boy make racist jokes. Meanwhile, Andrew Schulz been making jokes like that about everyone. Wait a minute, didn't Andrew Schulz used to have a black girlfriend? Uh-oh. And isn't he married to a white woman now? Yikes. Didn't Andrew Schulz used to have a black girlfriend and now he's married to a white woman? What happened, black women? Y'all don't want to mention that part, huh? See, when Ryan Clark was talking, I see the picture, everybody's showing the picture of him and his white wife. And nobody want to say he used to be given... Nobody want to say he used to have a black wife. I mean, black girlfriend. Not black wife. Huh? What happened, black women? Wait a minute. That same Andrew Schulz used to make the same type of jokes when he had a black girlfriend. The same Andrew Schulz. Andrew Schulz ain't changed. He made the same type of jokes when he had a black girlfriend. Oh, but it wasn't a problem then, now was it? It's only a problem because a couple of brothers from the UK chuckled at his joke and said they went to Atlanta and Atlanta was clapped out. You know how many brothers go to Atlanta and say, this is what y'all talking about? This is where all the fine chicks are? Where? All I see is BBLs and bust downs and long ass eyelashes. All I see is a bunch of women walking around here looking like the Bug's Life or a Bug's Life. Huh? You know how many brothers go from LA to Atlanta and say, yeah. How many brothers go from New York to Atlanta and say, this is supposed to be the Black Mecca? But a couple of British brothers say it. Now, if a couple of sisters go to New York and say, this is where the successful brothers are supposed to be. If they go to Chicago and be like, this is where the successful brothers are supposed to be. If they go to DC and be like, this is where the successful brothers are supposed to be, no one would bat an eye. Oh, but I forgot, black women will be punching up. Huh? Dear Ryan Clark, we're not going. Tell your daughters to end up with the white and Latinos. If they're lucky, they get them an East Asian. They could get them a South Asian maybe, but if they're lucky, maybe an East Asian. Tell them to go because we're not kissing ass. We're not doing it. We're definitely not doing what you did. Let me tell you about black women. I watched my black mother. We're not doing. Look, Mr. Z's black mother worked hard, still married to his black father, did her thing, raised us right. I'm not kissing black women's ass still. I'm not doing it. Not these mean, snarky a-hole daughters y'all done raised over the past couple generations. Absolutely not. Not these entitled brats, these little petulant children y'all raised over the past couple generations. You want me to kiss their ass? Tell them to get it from the white dude. Huh? Y'all always turn this into an opportunity. Queen, Earth, Mother Goddess, black woman, how have I offended you? Who has offended you? I didn't cover it because I think Ed said the best thing that needed to be said. These women are using this as some roll call. Shout out to Ice Cube and Lil Jon, Real Negro roll call. For those of you that remember that song, that was really a good song. Actually, I think Ice Cube did his thing on that song. Right? And Els Active says, how Andrew Schulz didn't get any heat, but the UK guys did, effed up my day. I won't lie. Because black women always like to, we expect that from a non-black person. We expect that from a white person. We expect that from him. We expect that from Andrew Schulz. Not from black men. No, admit it. Y'all are too cowardly to tell the white boy something. Stop with the crap. We expect that from them. No, almost lost my religion. Listen, lady. Listen, Linda. You're too cowardly to say anything to Andrew Schultz because you know Andrew Schultz would double down, and he already did. I read through those comments. Andrew Schultz covered it, and he doubled down. And he said, never apologize for a joke. That's what he said. And he said, never apologize for a joke because those people essentially know once they show you any will, you're gonna bow next time. They know now they got your number. Andrew Schultz said, and what's his name, Akash, whatever the Indian cat name, said the same thing. Andrew Schultz doubled down. That's why they didn't go over there because they were too cowardly to say, Mr. White Man, you've offended us. Huh? So cowards always like to do the. I expect that from him, but not from you. No, stop. Y'all get on the black men because you're sanctioned to always regulate black men, to always quote unquote discipline black men. To always don't call them out, bring them in. You know if you went to the white dude and said anything, he would have laughed in your face and doubled down on it, which he already did. So miss me with the whole we expect that from them. It's you, cowards. No, you're too cowardly to say anything to the white guys, so you don't. Huh? And then Ryan Clark go try to discipline them, bro. I would have, man. First of all, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have never put out an apology video. I get it. Their fan base and their subscriber base, and they're supposed to be the anti fresh and fit, and so many black women listen to them. Look, man, if y'all so fragile, then maybe y'all shouldn't be listening. And let me be very, very clear. They're really mad that them brothers said they went to Atlanta and it was clapped out. They're black Brits. They're used to seeing women that look like Taylor Swift and um Margot Robbie and right. They used to being around women like that trying to flirt with them, especially now that they got some YouTube fame. Women that look like Uma Thurman and whatnot, and what's her name? What's her name? Charlie Theron. Well, a younger Charlie Theron and a younger Uma Thurman, and younger Britney Spears and stuff. And then they go to Atlanta, and I'm not saying there's not baddies in Atlanta, natural baddies in Atlanta. They go to Atlanta, they probably was walking through Lenox Mall and was like, wait a minute, there's a bunch of Bugs Life chicks walking around here. Huh? A bunch of black Chinas walking around here. And those are the baddies. Man, if y'all don't stop, thank you, the city girl aesthetic. And y'all and Ryan Clark, man, look, I hear you, brothers. I get it. I understand. I understand your brand. I get it. But the fact that the black community love discipline some Negroes, ain't nothing the black community like more than black women and other black men, usually quote unquote elders, disciplining some Negroes who stepped out of line, and stepping out of line is doing anything to offend Queen Earth, Mother Goddess, black women, or not being respectable enough in front of non-black folks. Ooh, y'all love disciplining some Negroes. And then your son's interracial marriage rate is, huh? Huh? Oh, I didn't know that. I know she went on, but I haven't watched it yet. And Mr. Shook to you says, Z, I know you are aware of the pink pill attending the whatever podcast and her fighting people left and right in the comment section. I didn't know that she was fighting people left and right. I'll go check it out. Right? Exactly. And Jake says, not gonna lie, Z, I knew it was over since the brick lady lied and the fake billionaire quote was icing on the cake. Black women are taking L's left and right when it comes to this social media back and forth between black men and black women. And quite frankly, it's really what's going on in real life. It's really what's going on in real life. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. That's what's real. That's really where the conversation needs to be. The conversation really needs to be about black men and black women's finance, their relationships, their marriage rate, the birth rate. But this internet conversation is just way more enticing and entertaining. And black women get to get male energy and male attention, even if it's through the internet and social media, when actually being in relationship with black men. Number one. Number two, you know, I agree that it was pretty much over with Brickface and with Carly Russell, right? With Brickface Roto, with Carly Russell, with the fake quote from the billionaires. Look, the marriage rate is going down around the country. That obviously includes definitely black people. The birth rate is going down. That includes for black people. Less young people are having sex. That includes for black people. Less, I already said the birth rate. Look, black women are being squeezed just like all these other women. Kim Foster even said it. These white women and these black women are crying in their cars. And there's no men to marry. And it's not really that there's no men to marry. That is that these insufferable women think they should get a better man than their station in life. Huh? But yeah, black women are feeling it too. So of course the billionaires want us. Stop. That's not how this works. Ma'am, you make $50,000 a year. Where the hell are you going to meet a billionaire? What circles are you going to ever be in to be in the same room with a billionaire? Half of you don't even know what a millionaire look like, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. What they said is 5 steps for a white person to interact with a millionaire. And how many steps was it? Was it 50 for a black person? Half of you black women wouldn't know a black billionaire if he fell into your lap, or vice versa. Let alone a billionaire. You know how rare a billionaire? Less than 3,000 at least reported billionaires on planet Earth. Even if we double it and say a bunch of them are hiding 6. Even if we triple it and say a bunch of them are hiding 9,000 on the planet. Billionaire. Most of them being non-black. So let me get this right. A bunch of white and Asian billionaires, because that's the most of them. White and Asian billionaires, that South and East Asian billionaires, are going to end up with a black woman. The richest black women billionaires are what? Homegirl from Angola, Oprah, what? Rihanna? Stop it. Huh? Janet ended up with the Arab billionaire, and the second that marriage contract was done, she was out the door. She ran, took the money and ran. And you average, Rihanna told you the dude, the Arab billionaire she was messing with was boring. She turned around and ended up with ASAP Rocky and gave him 2 kids. And your average $50,000, $60,000, 40 something, 30 something $1,000 black woman, yeah, you're gonna end up with the billionaire. Yeah, that's it. Y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all just be talking. The billionaires want, because they said serious. He said serious men end up with black women. Stop it. Huh? Then what was the other thing? The brick face rotor. Man, look, black women are taking L's, and I get it. It. Think of it. Black women, by and large, feel like they're living vicariously through Oprah and through Michelle Obama and through Kamala Harris, um, right? Through Fannie Willis, through Maxine Waters, through Susan Rice, through Condoleezza Rice, through what's her name out of Baltimore, right? Um, yeah, they live in vicariously through all these women, through Lizzo, through Beyonce, through and so for them, what success looks like is an upper middle class life with whatever man, whether it's the black man or the white man or the Latino man, and the vast majority of them are just never gonna get that. They're just never gonna get that, right? And so what do? They just talk crap. They just talk crap online. A lot of it is wish fulfillment talk, begging white men talk, insulting black men talk, right? Trying to goad black men to crash out for them, right? Let's be very clear. Shout out to Jason Black. As he said, survival sex. A lot of black women and women writ large in America right now are engaging in survival sex. They don't got it like that, man. We already know, right? They don't got it like that. They struggling. What's going on, Louis? Let me check this now. And Louis says, "What's up? What's up, Louis?" And no, I didn't forget about your super sticker. I was active. They're struggling. Louis, what did Crystalline Kerosene say on that clip? Life gonna have to learn these women. Even Crystalline Kerosene can't take the arrogance, and she's the foremother of it on this social media streets when it comes to these swirlers and divestors. She is the great grand, and she can't even take what she helped to create. They're gonna have to crash into that wall. Paraphrasing what Crystalline Kerosene said, that's what she said, huh? We already know they struggling. Inflation putting feet and fist in their ass, right? They're struggling, but they can't help but talk the way they do, right? And y'all give Z one second. Let me see something. Okay, yeah, I don't got nothing to do with. Okay, we're back. But yeah, so that's what it is, right? They're struggling and they're just talk. Look, these women need help. I'm not telling y'all to help them. I'm just saying these women need help. They need help. A handful of black women and women writ large. A handful of black women are living the Kim Foster life. That's why Mr. Z laughs when these women, when the Kim Fosters and the Leisha Millers say, these women no longer need men, and men gotta be likable, and it's the funniest thing in the world, right? Average income for women that's working 40 hours a week is 52,000. What major city are you really making it with 52,000? You better stop it. And that's not even Mr. Z trying to insult women that earn less. But we know, man, if you're living in New York, you ain't really living off of 52,000. If you're living in Miami, you're not really living off of 52,000. And that was, I didn't even check what age that was. Maybe if you making 52 and you bought your house back in like the early 90s, no, not early 90s, sorry. If you're making 52 and you bought your house in the early 2000s, maybe late 90s, right? You almost done with paying off that mortgage. You got about 6 years left, 7 years left, right? Maybe if you earn it 52, if you're 55 earning 52 and you bought your house how many couple decades ago? Maybe. But if you live in LA with 52 grand, stop. New York City with 52,000, Miami, Chicago with 52,000, you better stop it. So these women are struggling. They're just talking crap. And they're trying to call men's bluff. You're going to need us. Yawn. Not if I don't care about kids. Not if I don't care about having children. No, I don't. But you're going to need men. I've seen those numbers. So, Kim Foster, these women are crying in their cars because they're cat ladies, and and Kim Foster was kind of in the celebratory tone. Yeah, that sound nice. Huh? I keep on saying it. These outliers be talking like because they're doing okay, the masses of women are doing okay. No, they're not. The masses of women, Kim Foster, are struggling. I didn't even say race yet. I didn't even say black women yet. The masses of women are struggling. Then if we specifically go in on black women, once again, single black women have the least amount of wealth in America. I don't know what drugs y'all on. This fake ass empowerment talk, liberation talk, right? Mr. Shook to you said, yeah, it ain't happening. My rent alone is 4,000. 4,000 a month. What's that, 48 a year? I just told you that the average was 52,000 for women in America. That's women writ large in America. 4,000 a month. That's 48 a year. How many women can afford? That's not car note. That's not utilities. That's not just living. That's not random expenses. That's just rent. Exactly. And Mr. Shook to you says, there isn't one single mom in my neighborhood. What else you need to know? He said, there's not even one single mom in my neighborhood. Because let's say if your rent is 4,800 a month, as an individual or as a couple, you got to be earning what to survive in that neighborhood? You got to be earning what, at least what, 120 something, 130, 140, 50 something. Because if that's your rent, let's say you have a moderately recent car, your car note is what, seven something a month, six, seven, eight something a month, maybe 1,000. There go 5,000. Oop, we're looking at 6,000. I mean, sorry, 60,000 a year. Huh? Utilities and everything. God forbid you have kids. Now we're looking at what, 7,500 a year? I'm sorry, 7,500 a month, maybe eight. Once again, you got to be what, a $150,000 couple or individual. Exactly, Saint Cyr. Z ain't even taking out taxes. Listen to what Jason Black said. Shout out to Jason Black. We disagree with him on certain stuff. Yeah, you could stay single, black women. Yes, you could give black men the middle finger and kiss your chances at middle class life and above goodbye. It's over. Meanwhile, Kim Foster saying, now that we don't need And definitely Leisure Miller saying that, yeah, nope. That's not the world that the majority of black women live in. And women writ large in America. Definitely the women black men are more likely to end up with black women or Latina women. Single black and Latina women have the least amount of wealth in America. And well, there you go. Those are women that most black men are surrounded by, especially what on the West Coast, definitely down here in South Florida. Yeah, we got white women, obviously, white girls, obviously. And in the Northeast, but where black people live, where black men live, it's mainly black women and Latina women. And those women are supposed to be okay single. With rent, $4,000 rent. Look, I could go all the way down to $3,000 mortgage and rent. It don't matter. They can't afford that neither. $2,500 mortgage and rent. They can't afford that either. We don't even got to go up to $4,000 and $5,000. We could go. We could cut that in half. We could go 2,500. They can't afford it. Huh? They can't afford it. This is the real world. $4,800 a year rent. We might as well just say 50. You want that nice little luxury car? That luxury car is a stack a month. Huh? They go $5,000 a month. So no, these women can't afford it. And these are the women that the leftists are telling us are good by themselves. Yeah, that's it. And once again, Louis, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And what's up? And Els Active says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Els Active says, oh well, he doesn't say anything. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker, Els Active. Right? Huh. And Louis put the link here, and he got another link here. Right? So y'all go ahead and check out Louis' channel and subscribe. Right? I'm just going through some of you guys' comments. Give me a second. Lion said, "I need Z. You need to join Ed's Discord." Okay. PK been telling me to start a Discord for like what, over 2 years. PK Angel been saying that for a minute. You know, believe it or not, Z does actually touch grass. As a matter of fact, Z is supposed to be going out with Miss Z later on today, right? Talking about touching grass, Z actually does touch grass, right? Wow. Mr. Shook to you says, not one single mom equals not one single crime. He said, and it's a mix: white, blacks, Latino, Indians, Asians. And that's what it is. Y'all give Z 1 second. And we're back. So yeah. All right, y'all. Look, we'll pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. This Z ain't gonna go for 5 hours, y'all. That's 4 hours. I wasn't even supposed to stream this long. Yeah, in South Florida, it's South Floridaing right now. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. As I said, this is a sad story. All of these stories are tragic. I want black women. If you're gonna go swirl and divest or do your thing outside, y'all gotta be careful how y'all move. Y'all can't be so disparaging about black men in these other men's presence. You can't look desperate. There's enough. Maybe Mr. Z has to Open up because I know these women ain't telling you nothing real. Shout out to Chrissy. Maybe Mr. Z needs to start a how to swirl and divest successfully class, right? Maybe that's what we need to do. How to swirl and divest successfully class. I'm gonna charge for it though. There's a lot of black women, y'all out here trying to swirl and divest, and y'all putting yourself in the worst positions possible. Y'all need to stop. Looking desperate, making weird jokes, dating people, men that don't, white men that are not get smashed by white men that are not even aligned with the type of woman you are. Afro National said, "Don't give them any ideas." Hysterical, right? FBA says, "Charge a MFing premium, a mofo premium," right? Was y'all not moving right, and you're gonna have to check swirlers and divestors about being so loud and brash about ending up with, right? I will give that to Amanda Wakens and to the what's the young lady, the chocolate sister that's with the hillbilly kind of white boy. Shay Sade covered it a few weeks ago where she pretty much said, "No, I'm just with a white dude I love and that love me." All that's weird, and she kind of low key she was kind of checking the swindlers and divestors like, I don't know what y'all think. Ain't no lottery ticket over here, right? Because I want y'all to understand, the more this weirdo swirler divester stuff come out, the more average white dudes may stumble upon that and take advantage of whatever black woman might be interested in him. And they good for it. The white dude will have fun with you for 6 9 months a year and then pass you along. Huh? And Lion says, imagine black men getting black women marriage at a higher rate than other black women like Pink Pill. I think we could do it. I think if you had brothers like me, BGS, Black Uru, and we were on some, all right, black women, y'all say I want to swirl, we got y'all. And we charging. I think we could, I don't even think it'd take all three of us. Individually, we could get black women in a better position with white dudes and Latino dudes and Asian dudes than any one of these black women because y'all don't know white men the way y'all think y'all do. Y'all don't know white men the way y'all think y'all do. Quite frankly, y'all don't know men the way y'all think y'all do, right? I spent liberal or conservative, quote unquote libertarian, lightweight conservative, heavyweight conservative, right? Progressive men, y'all don't know, y'all don't. A handful of y'all like Kintanji end up with the white man and y'all think it's a thing. It's not a thing. Elle said you would surpass the weave and nail industry combined. Hysterical, right? Saint Cyr says they swear they know white, Asian, and Latinos. Don't be in community with any of them. Bro, don't be in community with any of them. Barely work with a couple of them, right? Don't know their customs, don't know their style, don't know anything. Hmm. Don't even appreciate, don't, and then y'all trying to get advice from LGBTQ black men who just so happen to be married to a white dude. Stop. Dude sound like he fell right out of How to Be a White Woman 101. Bro, he's selling you a dream. His mannerisms, right? The way he speak, all of this is giving grifter white women. Huh? Him and Elizabeth Holmes look like the same people the way they speak. I'm joking. I'm joking. Elizabeth Holmes was trying to imitate Steve Jobs. Dude is giving grifter white women, and you watching black women eat that up. If you have a nose ring, well, if you have a septum ring, white man, I actually kind of agree with that one. If you tuck your hair behind your ears, white man. If you're any type of creative or artist, white man. You know how many alternative black women have tried to make it work with a white man and they end up being kidology? Goddamn. Whoa. They end up being whoever that black woman was in Alaska when a white family kicked her ass out. And now that the white dude, the white husband, is about to be an ex-husband. You know how many different type of black women be all type of alternative. That don't mean nothing to them white boys. Dude's selling y'all a dream. Huh? And GC says avoid alt black women like the plague. Right? Like the plague. Shout out to alt black women. I am not about telling you how to um show up black or any of that police your blackness. But quite frankly, too many of you got a propensity for white peen. And after you've exhausted all of those options, then you try to end up with a alt black man. Absolutely not. Exactly, GC. Been ran through by white dudes 9 times out of 10. Right? Or non-black dudes. Oftentimes they can't even get the white dudes that they want. Even the square, even the Destiny type of white dudes ain't messing with a bunch of these sisters. The alt one, even the blue haired Destiny still won't even give them a chance. Quiet as kept. Huh? Excuse me. That's the part they don't want to admit. Destiny will wax poetic and allow them to talk crazy about black men, etc., but even he won't smash. Huh? Once again, even though those were kids, but what did Amanda Marianne? And Amanda Marianne is cute, but you know her experiences were similar to this. Amanda Marianne put out that little short film, Crushed, sister flirting with the white boy. Once again, these are underage kids, so I'm a bit careful on how I'm critiquing this. Trying to get the white boy to like her, trying to signal to the white boy that she like him, and the white and they do this whole little right school yearbook thing. Which one of these do you find the most attractive? And she lists a couple of the white boys and she named him at the end, and he named nothing but white girls. So, bro, what you thought? How often do black women want to be honest that your heartbreak for real came from trying to chase, especially those of you that grew up in these different type of environments? Them white boys be breaking y'all goddamn heart. Roll over your heart and then reverse on it. Huh? Didn't Ostefco say that? I think it was for a white, but I put money it was for a white dude, a little white boy. She told you she wrote this serious love letter when she was a kid, and even her own teacher was like, "Oh my God, I never seen so much emotion from a kid." I put money it was for a white dude. These white boys be breaking these little black girls' hearts. Especially, especially if you attend a predominantly. Remember what the young lady said that I have in my video somewhere. They attend these predominantly white schools, and these black girls began their little heart broken, shredded, because they want nothing more than to end up with you know, either the coolest white jock or the coolest white nerd, and they get neither. And GC says it was a white kid. I remember her saying that story a while ago. And there you go. I didn't. And there you go. And that was me guessing. And that was me guessing. Right? Yeah, yeah, Maggie. I'm about to end out though. It's been a while. Right? And that was me guessing. So on that note, everyone, talking about that, we'll pause right here. Rest in peace to Miss Dulce. Um, you know, I hope the family found some closure with the sentencing of that man. Um, if y'all notice, I never said his name, right? That's on purpose. Um, yeah, tragic. And I also use this as a time to say yes, it's not just an ADOS thing. Clearly, Haitian American women or Haitian women are on the same thing because, quite frankly, women of color are on the same thing. White patriarchy affects all of us. And for many women of color, they want to get down with white patriarchy. They just don't got the ovaries to actually say it the way Mr. Z just said it. But they are perfectly okay with getting on the white man's program or any non-black man's program. It's unfortunate when you see this dude, you're like, absolutely not. Ain't no way. Yep. Frumpy looking, old looking, 36-year-old Latino. She married dude and dude deleted her. Tragic. So on that note, everyone, we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great, great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content for the love of God. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.